to the Mid Antrim 150 here, and the bikes will be back on track once again. The stewards are doing their lap inspection, and the machines will hopefully be out pretty soon. Again, apologies for the delay, but quite a bit of work to do in and around the circuit once the roads were closed, hence the early road closures. So the first machines, if you want to make your way to the holding area, that's the newcomers A to the holding area, and you will be going out behind your respective instructors. I think all the names are on the sign-on area up there, so you know who you're behind and what group you're going out in. So hopefully you have all seen that. It's stuck to the window just where you signed on. But again, a wee mizzle there but I think the track is still dry, and it looks like it's going to blow over. Look in the distance, the flags are going the right direction anyway. And big John McClure just putting out some last minute rope. The club's done a fantastic job this morning, rushing about, trying to get everything in place. So we're all looking forward to practice, qualifying, and of course racing later on. There's 2 races scheduled for the senior support and the super sport next generation machines, both non-championship of course. So the senior support sponsored by Mid and East Antrim Council, the super sport next generation MJF building services. Again, without these sponsors there wouldn't be any racing. And of course we will try and get through as many sponsors as we can for the riders and the teams as well, because of course without their sponsors they wouldn't be able to be on track. So if you're listening in and around the circuit and you want to see a wee bit of action here at the start and finish straight, you can tune in to Commentary Corner YouTube page. We are streaming live all weekend. Live commentary, live timing. We're going to throw a sponsored board this weekend as well, so it'll be up on screen just to thank all the sponsors for the event, and we'll try and give them a good plug as much as we can. But the machines again going to be out on track very soon, and they're just going to do a few final checks around the track, and again once we hear anything we'll soon let you know. But if the newcomers could make their way to the holding area, and they'll be out on circuit pretty soon. It was the first one we put on. to the riders. I'm sure you all know that anyway, but again, doing another track inspection here just to make sure, because it is wet again, to make sure if there's anything on the track, it's going to show up a wee bit more. So they're just having a wee look around to make sure it's safe for the riders to go out on track. And again, it is wet, so I'm sure there's plenty of teams up there swapping and changing at wheels and looking up at the sky. The clouds are going the right direction. It's a wee bit clear in the distance there, but again, I think this is maybe what it's going to be like for most of the day. Tomorrow is looking a lot better, but of course we need to get the qualifying sorted. And if all the riders in their respective classes, if you're called to the holding area, can you please get there as soon as possible, just to try and keep things moving, try and keep things ticking over as best we can, because of course we have 10 sessions then tonight, or today, and then tonight we have 2 races, so we want to try and get through them and get everybody out on track and get them as much track time as possible. Of course, the majority of the riders here, an awful lot of riders here that are newcomers, so the more track time the better. Some of the newcomers are going around in cars and going around in vans and stuff, and going around in bikes even. I've seen a few Groms doing laps last night and a few supermoto machines. But once the roads are closed, they all know it's a completely different track indeed. Like crossing over the other side of the road, and it's different bumps and stuff. So the more track time these newcomers get, the better. So Kitty's just going round the track again, just inspecting it a wee bit further. But it's more than likely that these first couple of sessions, I would say they're definitely going to be wet sessions. And the track dried up pretty quickly this morning. Again, it's that sort of coarse ground, very much like last weekend. The track is very coarse. The tarmac, they're like bigger stones in it. So it lets the water
run off a wee bit better. So fingers crossed, the sun comes out for us here very soon, and we can get some dry qualifying later on. But for the meantime, it does. It looks like the first 3 sessions are going to be wet, but I'll keep an ear out on the radio, and if we have any further updates, we'll let you know. ladies and gentlemen, just waiting for the stewards of the meeting to return. And it's not going to be much longer now. Just to let the competitors and the teams know, there will be a lack of adhesion flag between Victor Gilmore Corner and Corby Corner. So that's around O'Hare's Farm and Brown's Farm. So Victor Gilmore Corner and Corby Corner. It is quite greasy around there. So again, just easy on the throttle. And the lack of adhesion flag, it will be out for a lap or two, just to remind you. So please take your time around that section. Feel the grip level, get yourself comfortable. And again, hopefully later on we won't have to worry about it. And the umbrellas can go down. One of the marshals there doing a Mary Poppins impression. So hopefully we can get rid of these umbrellas and get things moving here. So we shouldn't be much longer if the newcomers want to get themselves ready. Again, apologies for the delay. And I'm sure there was a wee bit of panicking going on, no doubt, just swapping and changing the wheels, but things will be going here very soon. And it is wet still. And just a reminder, Victor Gilmore Corner and Corby Corner, in between them two, in between that section is quite slippy, so just take your time and get comfortable with it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen on YouTube, thanks for tuning in. And again, apologies for the delay. I know we said 11 o'clock. That's when the bikes were to be out on track, but unfortunately it hasn't happened. I can see that's just typical. Everywhere else in the country, the sun's shining and the weather's fine. Yvonne Ward, great to hear from you. Thanks for tuning in. No rain in Ahaha, or whatever way you pronounce it. Corby Corner quite wet down here. So we're just waiting here on the radio there, just to we're waiting on the stewards. They're down the other side of the track. Let's see if we can get a wee view of where they are. Pete's away, he's helping out the timekeepers or something there at the minute, so I'm trying to, they're way in the distance there. You can see the timekeeper's box on the left hand side. One of the marshals stand out, they've been standing there a wee bit like ourselves, hurry up and wait sort of day. They're just distant, the stewards are there just to the right of that tree line, looking at the track. It is quite slippy apparently between Victor Gilmore Corner and Corby. So they're gonna have the lack of adhesion flags out for the first lap or so. As Big Clifford been round with the oil yet? No. There was a wee bit of oil on the track, but it looked like, well, to me it was like diff oil or something, you know, gearbox oil. It was quite thick, quite slippy. So, and then they got the detergent down this morning. It cleared up, and of course when it started raining again, it just came back up through the tarmac. So they've been working hard, trying to get everything through. Alright, sorry about that, folks. I think we're nearly ready to go, just doing final checks over the radios, making sure everyone is ready. So, a couple of minutes, I'll just let the paddock know. I'm letting YouTube know, we're not letting anyone else know. So folks, I think we're more or less ready to go now. A couple of last checks through the radio to make sure all the marshals and track personnel are where they're meant to be. And we'll get things up and running here very shortly. You see the newcomers, some of them out on the track there, and of course it is wet. So all the machines will have full wets in. And I'm just hearing there, so the pink bib is going to be out on track any second now to do a final sweep, and we'll get the newcomers on the road. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming live through Comedy Corner and 72 YouTube page. Just about to get that out. So there's a lot of noise over the radio just at the minute, and we'll get things up and running here. So if you go on to our social media pages, you can find the links, and we'll give you as many shout outs as we can throughout the weekend, of course. So the machines are being told to go out onto the track. You can see some machines up there. And you can see Barry doing perhaps. Waiting patiently. So the newcomers are being told to go out onto the track as we wait for the pink bib coming round. That's the final sweep, and of course any spectators around the circuit, welcome. And we're looking forward to great racing this weekend again. Apologies for the delay, everyone. Is with the road closures, that's why we like to get the roads closed nice and early here in the Mid Antrim, because they still have a wee bit of track to build. They still have some recta cells and bales to put out before they go out on track. Of course, these certain bales can't be set up while the roads are still open, so that's the reason. A wee bit of delay, and then of course a wee bit of oil just from normal traffic, everyday traffic, and done a great job cleaning that up. Just for a reminder for all the competitors, it is quite slippy between Victor Gilmore corner and Corby corner, so please remember that there will be a lack of adhesion flag or an oil flag, or a slippy flag. That's the red and yellow stripe flag, in case you aren't aware. So that will be flown between them sections, and we can get just a reminder the riders are going to be a bit slippy. Just careful with the right hand, careful with the front brake and the throttle. But a lot of these riders, although they are newcomers, they are quite well experienced with the road racing scene. See all the orange bits there. Just top here. It's not really starting to finish straight, is it? Very rarely does start to finish straight at a road race like this. We were talking about that last weekend, an Armoy where up through the start to finish straight, but it's not straight at all. It's just one big long right-hander, and as soon as you do actually get up straight, you're on the brakes for the chicane. As you can see here, it's very similar, it's winding. Of course, they're going from bank to edge, try and keep it as straight as possible. So we're just getting a read out there where the sweeper is on track. These newcomers will be a wee bit nervous. Now, it's been a long time for them to actually physically raced at the Mid Antrim 100. So it's been quite some time as the sweeper comes up towards us here now. So the plan is, I've heard from the parking course, the plan is to still run as per programme. So we'll have newcomers A, then we'll have the newcomers B. That'll be followed by on-time practice. Because again, it's been a long time from anyone has actually been around this circuit. So the free practice session 1 will be the classics, free practice session 2 for the super sport machines. The lightweight up to 650cc twins will be free practice. free practice 3 then, confusion there. There's 2 free practice session 2s. But I'm assuming that's the third one. And then the fourth one is the Super Sport, the super bike machines. Yeah, just to blow the cobwebs off, give them that wee bit of a feel, especially in these conditions now. Fingers crossed, it's going to dry up. And we're not going to get any more rain. Touch wood. Machines are now on the track and they're making their newcomer laps. Of course, each rider has to complete 5 laps in order to qualify for the racing. With these newcomer laps, that is combined within their free practice and their qualifying, so there's loads of time to get plenty of practice, plenty of track time, plenty of laps in. The timed qualifying session later on will be over 5 laps. So 5 laps around this 3.5 mile circuit. It's long enough, but it's over in a blink of an eye, especially if you're having issues with your machine. It's not like the likes of Bishopsport, Ferguson, and anywhere like that. You have to be on the ball, you have to be sort of close-ish to your setup, because you can't pull into the paddock and just go back out again once you're out on track. That's it until the race, which is why this free practice session is crucial to these riders. So they're up through the hairpin there, and then they head down through Swans. Alexander jump very fast there. You can see loads of famous photographs through Alexander's jump as it just brushed from the bank on the left hand side. So continuing down through the Clough Road, and that's where they'll be braking then for Gilmore's fast-ish left-hander through O'Hare's farm. Lovely wee section through there, although it is slippy today. We've heard some of the marshals even underfoot. It's quite slippy. Up through Brown's farm again, a lovely section you've seen in the distance. The photographers like to stand back there and try and get that full section. There's some really famous photographs through there. And then into Corby Corner, probably apart from the hairpin, it's the tightest corner on the circuit. And that's when they come so fast up through this section, back up towards us then. But none of this today, no doubt, but we'll have a look at the lap records anyway. So the lap record for the Superbikes held by Derek Shields. That's a 154.5, 111 mile an hour lap. It just shows you how quick that is. So the newcomers coming through there. Again, nice and steady, braking nice and early during the race here, or even during qualifying. They'll be coming up here more or less. They're just starting to roll off in and around here. And nice and smooth in through this right-hander. And once they get through there, the start brake, that's when they really start squeezing that brake for the hairpin. Rossi Dobson away through there, Robert O'Neill, and the two Moto 3 machines. Again, Rossi Dobson, a newcomer to the road racing scene last weekend at Armoy. So Rossi Dobson, he's been busy this past couple of weeks learning the track, past few months just learning the track. So quite a few newcomers out. And what you'll notice for the spectators in and around the track, what you'll notice is they'll just up the pace that wee bit, up it a wee bit more each lap. And if it's very rare, but if the instructor's comfortable enough, I don't even think it's allowed anymore, but it used to be, if the instructor's comfortable enough with the way you're riding, you're sensible, if they know you've got, you're half sensible anyway. We're talking about road racers here, but you're half sensible. They'll let you go ahead. They'll wave you on maybe to let you give it a wee go on the last lap, which used to be brilliant because what that did was you weren't thrown in the deep end as such during qualifying. You think you're going quick enough, your newcomer laps, you're like, wow, that's fast, that's a fast section. And then you're coming down through the legs up through this section. Through Elders, even Elders, fantastic section of track, but it's so fast. You're going through there, wow, and you think, I'm flying here, I'm flying. And then Michael Dunlop stuffs it up inside of you like you're stopped. So it's good to get that wee bit of a build up. And again, I'm not sure if they're allowed, but let them go and do their own thing on the last lap. So Burrows away through there. That's Nicholas Round, Corn Smith as well. Corn Smith, pretty sure, I'll look through the paperwork there, but he's out in his classic machine. So Corn has actually raced here before many moons ago. It's great to see him back out. Gary Jordan there. Michael Dunlop will be riding the Moto 3 machine of the, pretty sure seen it this morning, the Burrows engineering machine. And he's got what looks like Michael Sweeney's 650 as well, so we're looking forward to seeing him out on that. Neil Kernahan there. So Neil Kernahan way through. He's got that the 600, the R6 with him this weekend. They opted out of Armoy with the R6 just purely because he says the Yamaha has just lost its touch a little bit, that R6. It struggles at the faster tracks against these Ducatis and even the new R9s. A lot of them, they're still developing the R9s and they're finding it sort of difficult to get a good setup. I think it was one of the Parker racing machines. They had to do so many dyno runs. One dyno run is usually enough for someone, maybe two if they're making out changes, but I think they had a great few dyno runs that needed to be done, so not ideal. A few more machines through there. Disappear behind the trees. They're running. Fumbling passes there. Of course, uncle of Mark Lunny. Just adjust some of these. Adjust the sound here a wee bit on that. So, Nicholas Round, first machine on track. Corn Smith. We have Gary Jordan out there. Michael Dunlop. James Doy, good to see James Doy back out this season. Lee Hara. Then we have Sean Brawley, Paul O'Rourke, Robert O'Neill, Rossi Dobson on track, Ross Moore, Stephen Walsh, Waddy Brown, Andrew McCrum, Simon Lehan, Liam Crotty, Phil Lunny and Terence Sanson. So quite a few newcomers. And then, of course, we'll have the next session, which will be going out very soon. So that's the newcomer B. That's the session number 2. Barry Davison on the BW40 machine. BD40 machine. And that is indeed, that's Michael Dunlop away through. He is riding that machine of Michael Sweeney. There he is, just in shot. So he's getting back in the swing of it again. New machinery for him, so he hasn't ridden this bike before. And again, it's been a long time from he's been at the Mid Antrim 150. So blowing the cobwebs off. I see he's opted not to wear the newcomer's bib. He might have had a wee bit of stick. in the past. But he's great to see him here at the Mid Antrim. I'm sure you all agree. And he's got a rally, I think, this Sunday coming as well. I think somewhere down near Monaghan. So there's Neil Kernahan again. It is indeed. It is that R6 that he's riding. Ross Moore on that lovely CBR 600 Honda. Rossi Dobson, a wee bit out in his own there for Rossi. I know a lot of you will remember Sammy. So his dad helping it out there in the paddock. I know at Armoy. He lost a wee bit of colour from his face. So Sammy, he was a wee bit nervous. No fingernails left. Sammy, real good goer, 250 man. And this man here as well. Great to see Dennis Booth. So Dennis Booth, one of our instructors here today. He's great to see him still out, still enjoying his racing. And I don't know whether I seen him this morning. I can't remember whether he cut that mullet off or not. But it's great to see him still racing. Every time I'm speaking to him, I don't know. I still love it. I can't get away from it. And obviously he's still through. I know at the Mid Antrim 150 press launch at Wilson's of Rathcounty, another big shout out for sponsoring the event. Wilson's. They do all the farm machinery. I know they sell cars as well, but they've got a big hand in the farm machinery and whatnot. And telehandlers, stuff like that. Even golf buggies, so golf buggies, quads, all farming equipment. That's Wilson's of Rathcounty. So huge thank you to them for once again back in this event. And we had the press launch up there in their showroom. Brilliant spot, absolutely massive. Huge showroom. We were up there, we were talking to Dennis Booth and talking to a few others, and they were saying that they just can't get away from it. But Dennis, he had on display a lovely CBR 600 Honda. See, he's out on the ZX6 machine in this session. So again, just another shout out, please. The second newcomers group, that's newcomer session B. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's newcomers B to the holding area. Again, we have to keep things moving here, guys. So any of the competitors, any of the teams, please, no last minute decisions, because what the lovely people up here in the holding area, what they do is they try and give as many people a chance as possible. Remember, once that gate is closed, there will be no one else on track. So please get there in time. We don't want any delays. We want to get things moving. And we've got quite a bit to go in the program. Kitty is determined to continue on with the program and run the order, run the untimed practice sessions, and run all the qualifying, including the 2 races later on. Of course, we'll play it by ear, but that is the plan at the minute. So again, that's Rossi Dobson just out in his own. Not sure whether he has the R6 with him this weekend. Rossi was telling me at Armoy last weekend, just with being out in the newcomers group, you've got the instructors are usually riding R6s, they're on BMWs or 1000cc, 600cc machines. And with the Moto 3, they struggled a wee bit. So the Moto 3, you were near riding at the race pace straight away because they were struggling to keep up with them larger capacity machines. Kernahan away through once again. Make their way up to the hairpin, and I'm sure for most of the riders here for the first time out here, especially more so in the wet, I'm sure there'll be a few feet that are going down motocross style through that hairpin. Here comes a whole gaggle of riders. Phil Lunny away through again. That's Gary Jordan, Corn Smith, Sean Brawley. So the checkered flag is out in this session. So the checkered flag has been waved. So we'll come back down. Interesting enough, the start and finish line is down the bottom. I don't know what it was, but I had it in my head that they might have just pulled into the paddock after. Of course, they're going to go around and they'll do their cool down lap. So I'm thinking, if you remember the Ulster Grand Prix, fantastic event, and hopefully we'll see it back next year. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but there's some good news brought from the Ulster Grand Prix there a couple of days ago. Seen it on social media. Everyone's peeled their ears. I haven't heard anything, but if I do, I will definitely let you know, and I'll do a wee bit of research tonight, and hopefully someone can tell me what the story is, because everyone in the paddock, all the race fans and riders, they're all kept in the dark a wee bit about things, but I know they are working extremely hard in the background to get the Ulster Grand Prix back. But there's going off on a wee tangent there again, but the start and finish here, and then remember the Ulster Grand Prix, they just pulled in just after the bus stop on the right hand side there and back up into the paddock, so it might be something to look into, I don't know. Just to try and catch up with a wee bit of time, but they're still hoofing pretty fast through here, especially the superbikes, so we'll probably see in qualifying how quickly they are going through and if they will be able to get stopped in time. But so the newcomer session A has come to an end. If the remainder of the newcomers can please, the newcomer B session, please make their way to the holding area and you'll be out on track. And then, of course, that'll be followed by the classic machines for their free practice. And then the support machines, that's the senior and junior support machines for their free practice, that's session 2. And then we'll have the lightweight machines, that's everything up to 650cc. And then the super sport and superbike machines for session 4 in the programs. But before we move into qualifying, qualifying is over 5 laps, so it's great to have that wee bit whenever they're going out, just a wee bit of time to get dialed in. So the sweeper is back out onto the track as the remainder of the newcomers come past the start and finish line and make their way back into the paddock. So again, newcomer session B, if you can make your way into the holding area as quickly as you can, and we'll get this session through. Okay, so the pink bib is going back out on the track for the final sweep. And we'll get the newcomers, this session B, underway. Once they're gone, can the classic machines please make their way to the holding area? So once the newcomer B are away through, could the classic machines make their way to the holding area? See the newcomers ready and waiting to go up there. And just keeping an eye. They haven't got much of a track to keep an eye on because it will not be long before they're tipping in through that hairpin and going nearly back down on themselves again. So we're just waiting for the final sweep to go through just to make sure everything is in order. And then these newcomers will be making their way out on the track for the first time, hopefully the first time of many. Okay, guys, just hearing there that there is maybe a wee bit of something on the circuit. So the sprayers, they're going to get the sprayers out, the detergent out, and spray it on the oil just to break it up a wee bit. So just here and there, they are working again between Victor Gilmore's corner and Corby corner in and around Brown's farm there. So they're getting a wee bit of detergent down. So for any of the competitors, just again, keep a wee eye out, and don't forget, just steady away through that section for the meantime. There will be a lack of adhesion flag out on your first lap. Just make sure you get a good look around to see where it is, and you can build up to it as the day goes on, but just take it easy through that section for now. There is marshals down there, and they're going to spray it with detergent to just break up the oil, and then they'll check it again, and fingers crossed we'll get things moving here very soon. But again, the classic machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, I see there that the newcomers are already out on the road, and they're raring to go. They just moved over a wee bit just to allow the sweeper and any other vehicles to get through. There's a van going around delivering some of that detergent, so hopefully it'll not be too long.
Delivering some of that detergent.
But the classic machines, if you can make your way to the holding area.
But the classic machines, if you can make your way to the holding area.
Everyone, all the teams, and riders,
everyone, all the teams, riders, and everyone, please make sure that you have
sump bungs tied, everything as it should. Your oil filters strapped and tied, please, because of course with that wee bit of rain, we all know what rain does to oil. It just spreads across the track, and we don't really want any more delays just for something silly and something forgetful. It's easy done, very easy done, but please double check everything. Make sure there's no weeps out of the engine or nothing on the belly pans. Just for the spectators, the belly pans are designed to catch the oil, so they have to be sealed, and they have to be able to hold a certain amount of oil. And so most of these machines are pretty good at that. Of course, during road racing season, you'll see some of the belly pans, maybe a wee bit of rubbing on the bottom half of the fur, maybe a wee hole or two. And if the riders, and including the scrutineers and the teams and stuff, they just keep a wee eye on that just to make sure they are capable of holding the oil if there is anything wrong with the engine. But again, just please run your eye over it and make sure there's nothing leaking out of your machines before you go out onto the track. So just a reminder for everyone, in and around the circuit and the paddock, and we'll go through it numerous times throughout the weekend. Don't forget, next weekend at Bishop's Court, the Classic Bike Festival. We all know about it. It is absolutely phenomenal. Really well run. I was going to say meeting, but it's more of an event. It's really family orientated. It's fantastic. Bring the kids, bring your granny, and of course we'll have a wee bit of crack on the Friday night as well. So it's the 7th, 8th and 9th And the Friday night we're going to have a bit of a talk show, bit of a live podcast. So we've done this in Comedy Corner before. We've done a wee bit of a live podcast. It didn't work out as well as what we thought, but everyone learns by their mistakes, and we know exactly what we've got ourselves in for, and we'll know exactly what to do. So the Friday night we're going to have a live podcast on stage, and throughout the whole weekend the names that are going, we've got the likes of Kyle Ride, Rory Skinner, Storm Stacey. He loved it that much last year. All these riders did, and it's coming back, and they're going to showcase some very special machines indeed, and we'll have a bit of crack on stage with them. And it's really one of the only events that you can get up close and personal with these riders. They're in the round, they're mingling with everyone else. They're just one of us, really. They're one of the part of the travelling circus, especially for that weekend. It's fantastic. It's Steve Parrish as well, so I think Steve Parrish, we'll get him on, and we'll have a wee bit of crack with Steve. Just watch your backs, because we know he's a wee bit of a joker. And I don't know, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, to be honest with you, but that's next weekend at Bishop's Court, 7th, 8th and 9th, so you get yourself there. It is a fantastic event. So again, the newcomers just sorting themselves out there, just again the nerves sort of getting to them, right? Time to go out. They're called out onto the track, and this is it. The heart rate's going. I'm probably not making it any better for them, to be fair. So, and then they have to wait. They're waiting there on the road, but it gives them time to sit on the bike. A lot of riders get on the bike and just go, but it gives them time to sit on the bike, feel comfortable with themselves, keep your helmets on, keep your gloves on, just get comfortable with what you're wearing, and then you don't have to worry about anything else. Just concentrate on the road. And they'll be going through their notes, they'll be going through the onboards that they've done, and they'll be thinking that corner, this corner. Talked about it earlier with the cars traveling, doing laps of the track in a van or a car or a motorbike. A car is probably the best thing to do your laps on, because the car, you're sitting down low, you're sitting sort of about the height of where you'd be on a race bike when you're tucked in behind the screen. So a car would probably be the best bet to be in. Likes of a van, you can see a wee bit more, and when you're down on the bike, there's that much of a difference. It can sort of mess. You want less going through your head, if you know what I mean, through doing these laps, doing these newcomer laps. But I see there's plenty of instructors out there with them, which is fantastic, and they're only split up. There's only a handful of newcomers in behind each instructor. And of course they'll stay to the pace that they feel like the newcomer behind is comfortable with. So there's the van way back. I think it may have been dropping off some detergent, so will not be long before the newcomer session B will be out on track. So if the classic machines could please make their way to the holding area as quickly as possible. We'll just keep a wee ear out on the radio, and I'm sure we won't be much longer. We'll take a wee water break, and we'll be back with you very shortly. So the pink bib has returned to the paddock. And this should be now the beginning of the newcomer session B. So the road down here is well and truly wet. But with the sun coming out here, hopefully it'll not be long before it dries. This is the worst for the teams, the worst for the racers. And you'll see, I would say probably everyone looking up at the skies, just deciding tire choice and stuff. But for now it is well and truly wet. I was just looking at the weather forecast. I think it's going to be more or less like this the rest of the day. We'll keep an eye on the clouds, we'll keep an eye on the wind direction. But the longer that sun's out, the better. If it stays wet all day, I think the teams, especially the riders, I think they'll be happy with that. But it's chopping and changing and messing about with tires, and I don't think we'll have the issue of it being wet at one part of the track and dry at the other, because it's only 3.5 miles around this circuit. So there we go then, the machines are out on the circuit. So for this session, we'll have the likes of Marcus Simpson out, Ryan Whitehall, Kevin Keys, Joe Loughlin. I didn't see his machines there. We wandered around the paddock this morning, but Joe Loughlin should be out. William Young, Owen Everard. I seen him pushing the machine earlier. Dallas Reynolds, Dean Graham, Ocean Walsh, and Bridget LeBear, of course, are New York residents here in Northern Ireland for the road racing, or for squeezing in as much road racing as she can. First road race over at the Southern 100. She's got a wee bit of an eye opener. I think we have an interview I done with her last week. She looked at the track map and thought, no, that's not too bad. But of course, it was a wee bit more technical than what she thought. But with engine problems and whatnot, gearbox issues at Armoy, she wasn't able. I don't think she got out on the Saturday at all. But lucky enough, she got in with Darrell Tweed. And of course, Darrell, we wish you all the best in your recovery. Very painful. It sounds very painful from what you were saying last week, but Bridget will be riding the Novogen CBR 600 Honda of Darrell Tweed's. She was previously racing it was a Kawasaki, I think it was ZX6. Unfortunately, the gearbox just gave up. But fair play, Darrell has supplied her with a machine, and the Novogen team she'll be riding this weekend. So she's been here for a couple of weeks now. She's been learning Armoy. Came over straight from the Southern 100. She learned Armoy. She came straight to here and doing plenty of laps. She's been running the track, cycling, and doing loads of laps to soak in as much as she can. So the classic machines then, if you could make your way to the holding area for the first of the free practice sessions. As the machines come back up towards us there. That is John Burrows. He's riding that Ducati. Derek McGee is now riding for him. Great to see Derek back in action as well. So we have Marcus Simpson, Kevin Keys, Ryan Whitehall, Joe Loughlin away through there, Michael Clyde and Richard McLaughlin. McLaughlin riding that ZX 10 machine. Good season so far for Richard. So the rest of them coming up here quite gingerly there, just in behind Neil Kernahan. Dennis Booth there, that group just in behind Dennis Booth has caught him up. So they're heading up to the hairpin up around the church. You see underneath the trees still not too bad, a wee bit of dryness coming through there. So the trees, the problem is the trees are near enough saturated now, so if there is any more rain, that'll be completely soaked underneath. So Owen Everard there on that Bell Bike Sport B&W racing machine. He had issues with his bike as well just before Armoy, and I think he blew the engine up in that wee R3 machine at where was it, Walderstown, and he was up to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock that night. Armoy not swapping out engines but rebuilding engines. So he was actually rebuilding, swapping out pistons, and so fair play. Young Owen Everard got that machine up and going, and he was able to get it. He was actually flying on it, so he was really good results there at Armoy, and he'll be looking much the same here this weekend. So Graham Smallwood's there as well on the Graham Smallwood Racing CBR 600 Honda. He was looking very chilled, very relaxed last night. He is a chilled character, Graham. William Young, Chris Diddlow, then we have Chris Gray, Lee Osprey, Paul Falloon. There we go again, it's Kevin Keys away through there, along with Marcus Simpson. Whitehall 361. Just a reminder for everybody, spectators and everybody in and around the circuit, just on the entrance, the first, if you're going race direction, the first entrance into the paddock on the right hand side, you'll see a wee caravan there. A lot of marshals will be in and around that section, so that's Trudy's caravan, so that's nearly like the base. That's where all the marshals will go get the radios and whatnot. But they are selling Mid Antrim 150 road race badges, so they're selling them they're a £5 each. You couldn't make these for a £5. So this year's badges, lovely wee badge. So please make your way up there if you get a chance, and do your wee bit to bit of contribution to the club. Goes a very long way indeed. So every little helps, and that £5, will go a long way selling them wee badges. You'll see them throughout the year as well at certain motorbike shows, and very popular indeed. So they were telling me they actually sold out at the Ballymoney show. So John McClure coming back up towards his end, struggling up that hill. But again, everyone in the club have been doing a great job. They ran off their feet already this morning, trying to get this event up and running. So this has been It's been on the cards for a very, very long time. A lot of planning. And on Sunday morning, they'll start everything again. And loads of coffee, by the looks of it. So John's the tea boy for the day. Here's John Burrows. You can see they're starting to up the pace. Marcus Simpson way through there. Full black ferns there for Marcus Simpson. Barry Ferber there on the number 80 machine. I think that was the Aprilia that he went. It was indeed. So the Scott Racing machine. Lee Osprey, Dean Graham. I'm just hearing there that the classic superbike machines, we have a confusion of where they slip into with the free practice. So the classic superbikes will be going out along with the super sport and the superbike machines during free practice. Classic superbikes, not really the entry that we probably wanted this weekend for them, because the classic superbikes, oh, they're amazing. The machines, we seen them last week. Phil Crow, he had that the classic Suzuki, although it is a wee bit aged now, and of course the R1 Yamaha. So the original R1 Yamaha, it's nearly, I think next year it'll be eligible for the classic superbikes. So that'll be exciting to see some of them out. And of course these were the superbikes of the day, and even that first R1 Yamaha, it wasn't that long ago. They were racing around here. Oh, I remember Gary Jess riding the Beacon Security R6 Yamaha. So the rest of the machines go through there. And there's Bridget Lebert away through. She's the last machine. Just at the back of that group. You see a lot of riders too just dropping back. If the instructors don't wave them on through, what happens is the newcomer, they'll drop back so they can get a good run at either a certain section or get a good run at most of the lap. More so in these conditions, grip level. So John Burrows, he's starting to hoof on a wee bit more now. That's Marcus Simpson and Ryan Whitehall, so he's made his way through that group. Barry Ferber there in the Scott Racing Aprilia. Kevin Keys, Michael Clyde, they're all in there together in that one group. So just a reminder for everybody in the paddock. So the classic machines will be out next for their free practice session. That's free practice session 1. Free practice session 2 are the support machines. That's junior support, senior support. Free practice session number 3 is the lightweight up to 650cc twin. So all the lightweight machines up to 650cc, they will opt to go out in the free practice if they feel like they need to. And I'm sure most of the riders, instead of going in straight into qualifying, so qualifying you do have to push pretty early. You only get your 5 laps. Coming through there, the newcomers still circulating. You can see that the track is actually drying out around here. Still not dry enough for slicks, but you can see the middle of the road and a couple of wee patches, you know, just to either side. starting to dry up, but it's still very much so, still very wet indeed. So the checkered flag out in this group. So just looking there, the newcomers just after that checkered flag, they have stopped up at the top half of the paddock. So they'll be sent away again just to do a cool down lap then. Away they go, so they'll be happy with that extra track time for the spectators. Just listening to the machines in the background, echoing through the trees, echoing through the countryside here in Clough village, and you can hear the back end spinning up the wheels and the super bikes. So it just shows you how slippy it is round here. But these riders, they may be newcomers, but they're well seasoned in the road racing scene. Just a reminder for all the competitors, please keep an eye between Victor Gilmore corner and Corby corner. So right through that section, just keep a wee eye on it because it is quite slippery. And it's a fantastic session too, very, very fast, very flowing. And I remember watching there even as a kid, and it just reminded me of it's like a short circuit sort of section to the track. Me coming back up through there, Owen Everard tucked right in behind him, along with Graham Smallwood and William Young. Lee Osprey away through. Lee Osprey, he'll also be riding the Tyson Mon, the R6 Classic Super Sport machine. So that's new this year as well, don't forget. Along with the Classic Superbikes. Bridget LeBar way through, looking comfortable, looking happy on that machine. Yeah, so the Classic Superbikes are as well as the Classic Super Sport machines. I think there's a couple more Super Sport machines this weekend. We'll just try and sort this paperwork out here. Yeah, so Liam Crotty, he's out on his Kawasaki machine. So Ryan Whitehall, Lee Osprey, both on Yamahas, and Liam will be sporting the Kawasaki colours this weekend for the Classic Super Sport. So that road is really starting to dry out really quick, but unfortunately, just in the distance, looking up the sky, as I think most of the paddock are, it's looking quite grim over there, so I think that's going to come down on top of us. Hopefully it'll blow over pretty quickly. Again, just keeping an eye on the flags behind us here. So the sweeper is out on track, and they'll be back in the paddock here very shortly, along with the remainder of the newcomers. They'll be pulling into the paddock, and the next session will be allowed to go. And they're out on the track at the minute. No, they're not out on the track at the minute, but they're the next session. Then the Classic machines. So the Classic machines in the holding area. And if you're not there, please get yourself there as quickly as possible so we can get things up and going. And please remember to get a good look over your machines and make sure there's no leaks or weeps out of anything. There's nothing excessive. Following the classics then will be the support, so senior and junior support machines. So as soon as the classic machines, as soon as they go out on their free practice session, please make your way to the holding area. That's the support machines. Senior and junior, the support machines will be, don't forget, you're only 3 laps, so it's only 3 lap practice. So there it is, we were waiting for it. Raining here. Once again, the teams, the riders, it's wet. You know, it's not in between, it's not greasy. It started drying there a wee bit around the middle of the track, but it's well and truly wet. Support machines, as soon as the classic bikes go out on the track, if the support machines could please make their way to the holding area as quickly as they can. Attention paddock, could Sammy Eccles please make his way to the podium? Sammy Eccles please make his way to the podium. And see Ryan. Sammy Eccles please make his way to the podium. So the sweeper is out on track. Just making sure everything is good to go again. And the classic machines will soon be making their way out onto the track, no doubt. So definitely no confusion on tyre choices here at the minute. So don't forget, these are 3 laps, these 3 practice sessions over 3 laps. And it'll give them a bit of a shakedown before qualifying later on. So you see, we are going as programmed for the meantime. The first qualifying session, they're over 5 laps, so the lightweight class, and that'll be followed by the senior support. Then the lightweight and junior classic machines are out for session 3. So we'll have quite a few sessions to go through. So 10 qualifying sessions, including these 4 untimed practice sessions. And of course then 2 newcomer sessions were out. So quite a bit to go through. And again, the weather and everything else is just being thrown at the club. So fair play to them for working quickly and getting everything safe and ready for the riders to go out onto the track. So we'll not be long before the sweeper's back round. We'll have a wee look down the road. I think he's going to stop and have a wee word with our clerk of the course, Kitty. Just to hear what the track conditions like and if we are good to go for this classic session. Go ahead. So, I've just heard that it is now declared a wet meeting. If you didn't notice, it's a bit wet. So it is declared now a wet meeting. So a lot of you will probably be thinking, well done, Sherlock. But what that does is it helps the club continue on with as much as what they can. So if it was dry and then it started raining again, like if it dries up later and it starts to rain, what the club does, they would have to wait and give time for the teams, the riders, to change the tyres. If it's declared a wet meeting, they don't have to, unless it's really dangerous, they don't have to red flag it, or they don't have to stop it during a race or a practice session. They can continue on with it because it is up to the riders to choose the right tyres, and if it does start raining after it dries up, then they can continue on with the session and there's no need to stop it. So it's up to the riders then to choose the correct tyres. We've seen it at Tandragee as well. Tandragee done the exact same thing, and we've seen it at the Ulster Superbike Championships and whatnot. But at Tandragee, I can't remember what race it was. It might have been the Supersport race. The riders at the front were putting their hands up to stop it because it was dry at the start and it started raining halfway through. So they had their hands up, their legs out, their feet out to try and stop the race. But it was declared a wet meeting, or a wet day, a wet meeting, and they didn't have to stop the race. So that's why they continue on with them, just to help get through all these sessions. I think I might have just heard a whistle blowing there, I'm not sure, but we'll keep an eye up the road to see if the machines are making their way down. And they are indeed, they're being waved by the looks of it, so the marshal just waving the machines down out onto the track. And they'll make their way around the circuit for their free practice session. Don't forget, so if the free practice sessions, keep an eye out please on your first laps of where the lack of adhesion flags are. It's not only because it's maybe greasy under the trees, but there is a lot of lying water. There's standing water in around the circuit there. So if you can please just keep your eyes peeled for the first lap or two. So the classic machines, don't forget, they've got one set of tyres. There's no slicks, there's no intermediates, there's no full wets. Throughout dry sessions, wet sessions, they use the same tyre. They're a sticky compound. They're nearly like a wet compound for most of them. So the riders, they do have quite a bit of confidence in them. So we'll have a wee look at that. So the paperwork for the lap records put aside for now. I don't think we'll see many of them. Tomorrow is to be a glorious day, so fingers crossed it stays that way. So the classic machines will be circulating here very soon, and we can get things underway once again. So the classic machines are out on track. I was just talking to my boss there, making sure he's paying me overtime for phone calls, which is great. So classic machines out and making their way around the circuit for their first time. Well, of course, there was a handful of them out, and the newcomers as well. So we'll keep an eye out for them. Don't forget, the parade laps later on. We have the sidecars, so sidecar parade laps. We were talking to Callum and Ryan Crowe last night. They're looking forward to getting a spin out. The both of them, fair play to them. They're looking strong. They're looking fit. And they were trying to teach Marcus Simpson how to play rugby last night. So good to see them strong. So this will be a good test for them. Looking forward to seeing their machine out. So that's the TT winning machine that they have with them, and apparently it sounds amazing. So they were out at the Classic Bike Festival last year, which was great to see, and apparently it's a different machine. The machine there at Bishop's Court didn't handle the best. It wasn't really suited well for that track, but they've got this this other machine fitted with a 600 CBR 600 Honda engine. And we'll hear it squealing around Clough village later on, along with I'm hoping the full paddock for the sidecars for the Ulster Superbike Championship. So we'll see them. It's sidecars that are getting very popular, and we've seen a few newcomers and stuff moving into the sidecar scene. So we'll keep an eye down the road for the classic machines. Don't forget, it is only 3 laps this free practice session. So if the support machines could make their way to the holding area, please. That's the support machines to the holding area. So there's Andy Hornby. It is Andy Hornby, number 42, coming through. Number 59, Anthony Ambler. Got a good grid of classic machines here. There's Bert McCrum. 101, Bert McCrum. Number 20 there of Gary Houghton. I think Brian Loughlin in the mix there as well. 51, Andy Kildare. Mark Johnson just tucked in behind him there. And Terence Sansom. You see there the Lac Adhesion flag being flown just across the road from us as well throughout the whole track. The riders making their way through, just to get a feel of it, to get a feel of the grip levels. That machine away through there, just didn't catch who it was, but didn't feel or didn't sound the healthiest going through. So again, another call for the support machines if you can make your way to the holding area. And again, another reminder, I'm pretty sure it's slippy all the way around, but it's very slippy between Victor Gilmore corner and Corby corner, so that's quite a chunk of section there, taken out of this triangular track. And it's a shame because it is such a nice section of road. A lot of the riders will agree. Just before you rocket their way back up towards us here. So that triumph of Andy Hornby, that will sound amazing between the trees. Malcolm Love, he's on his wee 250 Suzuki. Again, the 2 strokes, great to have the 2 strokes still circulating, especially at the road races. And we'll see quite a few 125s here as well, 2-stroke machines, 125 Hondas. The Moto 3 machines seem to be taking over. Still Grand Prix machines, don't forget, but they seem to be taking over that wee bit. But it's great to have the odd 2-stroke dotted about. So here comes Andy then on that Trav. Starting to push a wee bit harder there as the last lap flag goes out for this free practice session. So the classic machines just rolling off the throttle as they tip through this right-hander. Remember, they probably don't have as much confidence. And obviously the brakes and the tyres and the suspension, they're not quite like the modern machines, and you can't just snap the brakes, and you can't just fire on the throttle. You have to sort of play with these machines a wee bit. TLC required as well. You see a lot of these machines probably getting stripped down after qualifying today. Mark Johnson away through. Although a lot of the parts in and around the engine, they are all new, like new old stock, so you can buy these lot of the halls and whatnot. There were companies in Holland, plenty of companies in England as well, but Holland would be a popular spot. And they've been making parts for these classic machines brand new. I think there's 16 machines out on track there at the minute, so a good grid of classic bikes. Of course, back in the day, you've seen photographs, you've seen videos, and I'm sure a lot of spectators and a lot of people around here today have seen probably 16 bikes on the front row of some of these grids. Spread right across the track, and the haze of smoke. I love the start of these classic races. That last lap flag still being flown there. I think this is maybe Trevor Stewart. It is indeed. And number 34 machine. So again, the checkered flag is out for this session. If the support machines could please make their way to the holding area. So that's the junior and senior support machines. Please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So the checkered flag is being readied. We're just waiting for Andy Kildare coming through. So although it is on time practice, Andy Kildare, he is indeed the fastest out there. In fact, it's Andy Hornby who's going to be the first machine. It is indeed. It is untimed, of course, but we do like to sort of think. It is untimed, of course, but we do like to sort of think. A rough idea of what we're going to be looking at during qualifying. And of course, they will be going a lot faster, a lot harder during qualifying. Andy Kildare through there. Number 46 of Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson had a good Armoy last weekend, so he's on form. They'll be on form for this one. So they'll be making their way through back into the paddock very shortly as the remainder of the machines. I think everyone's now taking the checkered flag. So this time round they'll be heading up into the paddock. And the support machines will be out on track. And that's the junior support and senior support. So you have a mixture of 400, 650 machines, super sport machines. And of course with the new generation, or the next generation super sport, there'll be some 750s thrown in there. 750s, you've got the Ducatis as well. The Suzukis, the Triumphs. So a large mixture of manufacturers throughout the super sport classes, and that is between the support class and the super sport. And they're the last of the free practice sessions out, but for now the support machines, they should be in the holding area, and they'll be making their way down through onto the road very shortly.
tell you no lies.
So the support machines are, we'll be heading out onto the road here very shortly. So the sweeper's back. You can see, I think you can see the green flag there. So we spoke about the Classic Bike Festival earlier on, and we threw a couple of names out there, and we threw some dates out there. But we have one of the organisers here, and a well-known face in the racing paddock, Robin Titterington. Robin, this meeting, it's become a passion of yours more than anything, really. It started off as a hobby, and now it's a passion, and it's just grown leaps and bounds over the years, from even whenever I started. Where whenever I was racing, when we first went to the Classic Bike Festival, it's a phenomenal meeting, and fair play to you and the organisers and everyone else. But next weekend, just throw in some names there. Who are we expecting? Can you tell us?
Yes, I certainly can tell you. And thanks for supporting us over the years, as you've done by coming down and commentating and really helping to spread the gospel.
Absolutely.
This year is no different than any other year that Philip and I try very hard to get the best riders from across the UK and sometimes further afield to come to the Classic Bike Festival to, I suppose, enjoy racing nearly like it was back in the sort of halcyon days of the 80s, 70s, 80s and 90s. And to be fair, they love it. Kyle Ride's coming back again because he wants to race his 250. And Storm Stacey, who was there last year and made a huge impression at the Northwest when he showed up and showed them how to do it.
The way around.
The way around. He's coming back, and he's out in every single race other than the sidecar race, but I wouldn't bet against him going out in the sidecar race. Storm in particular is a two-stroke nut, as we all are. And I suppose one point before saying anything is we've got more two-strokes than four-strokes, so that's great.
That's a bonus.
Obviously. You won't see the circuit for smoke, but that aside, Storm is racing the ex-Gary Cowan 350 that he won at Goodwood on.
Wow.
And he's also riding a 250 5KE. Both bikes are sponsored by Foster Cranes, who are a mega supporter of ours. We couldn't do this without them. He's also out on a 600, so he will be up for a fight with Kyle on the 250s. But a late entry, which only came in a couple of days ago, was from Rory Skinner, who has been released from the task team to come over and race his 250. And I sort of quietly mentioned that Kyle was the man to beat, and he sort of said, well, in his own wee world he is, but I'll be out to beat him. So that GP 250 race really has the billing of one of the best 250 Grand Prix races that's been seen anywhere in the UK for the last 20 years.
So 250 racing, well, for me anyway, a wee bit like yourself, being a two-stroke fanatic, and I'm sure a lot of people will agree around the paddock, and but to me it was always the best racing. It was always the closest. And fair enough, you had the super bikes, you had the 3 or 4 out in front, but the 250 racing and 125 races, they were phenomenal, and they're the same now with this event that you have. And to see, as you say, you couldn't see the track for smoke. Last year, the grid of the 250s was phenomenal. The two strokes that were out on that track, and to keep that alive, fair play, Robin. Is there? So we're organising. There's a chat show on the Friday night. There's a chat show on the Saturday night, and bands and all as well.
Yeah, the chat shows were something we put in last year to see how they'd go. I would nearly say as a sort of a bit of a filler, so that the people who were in the festival bar, which is now sponsored by the Isle of Man Steam Packet Company.
Wow.
But the festival sort of marquee bar was somewhere where people could chill out, have a bite to eat, have a drink, listen to the music, and we thought, well, we can have a chat show. But that took us totally by surprise because it was rammed. We had a few audio problems last year in the marquee, but they've been rectified this year. So chat shows, yes, on Friday night from about 6:30 we'll have a selection of riders, and I suppose that selection for Friday and Saturday will include Kyle Ride, Storm Stacey, Rory Skinner. But we've also got Jamie Whittam and others from that era, including Steve Parrish, that will be there to chat and relay their stories from the good old days. Yeah. So and of course we've got the racing return of the Crow brothers, who are here today on parade, but they have entered what is the biggest, I think there's a grade of 15 sidecars, with outfits coming from the Isle of Man and England to come to race. And we may have a bit of news about sidecars for next year, but we're not divulging that unless you buy me beer and twist my arm.
Well, we'll talk about that later then, won't we? So I was talking to Crow brothers last night. We've done a quick wee interview on Commentary Corner for them, and we'll show it on the stream between races, between practice sessions later on. But great to see them up and going. They came here, they're doing a parade lap here with the sidecars. They're really looking forward to it, and they were saying this is a good feeler for next weekend. So the boys, they take it seriously.
Yeah, and they came over, I think 2 years ago, and they raced, and unfortunately they put it on the roof, which is, from what I can see, not the design option that they should have chosen. But look, we've supported the sidecar community from the start, and we want to continue to do that. And I suppose I will lead on to what we're trying to do for next year. Is we're speaking to the organisers of the British Championship, to Andy Peach and others, and we would like to get a round of the British Championship sidecar event at Bishop's Court. But we're a long way off, but this year we're hoping to spread the word, get some of the UK guys over if they can make it, and look forward to making the sidecar race one of the features. So we need the sidecar community to support us, which they've gratefully done this year, but we need to build on it. So we're working in many different ways with the BSB riders to come over and enjoy Bishop's Court and the festival, and we're also then looking at other classes at how we make these the best class for the day. Yes, Bishop's Court.
Brilliant. I was talking to them, the Crow Bros, and they love Bishop's Court. They said it didn't, a couple of years ago there, we talked about them setting it on the roof, but the track, they said that certain machine, it didn't suit Bishop's Court. But they've got this new machine with them, the TT winning the sidecar outfit today, and that'll be at Bishop's Court next week. Do you think this year, are they going to be with the Crows and whoever else is coming from the Isle of Man? I'm not 100% sure, but will they have a race on their hands?
I would have thought so. And of course, don't forget the Irish lads, they're well up for it. And while they understand the calibre of the competitors coming from the Isle of Man and the UK, they need competition to improve, as we all do. So they're all looking forward to it, and as are we. So again, we're hoping for a good spectacle on the three-wheelers as well as in the other races.
Fantastic, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure we're all looking forward to it. And don't forget, folks, that's next Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 7th, 8th and 9th. So get yourself there. Get yourself there early, because that Natalia paddock is going to be full. It's a good opportunity to mingle with the riders. Like I said earlier, all these top riders coming over from BSB, our own riders, of course, and it's really, you're going to be rubbing shoulders with them. So we really look forward to that. Thanks very much, Robin, and we'll get a wee chat with you later on. Sport machines out on track. The last lap flag is out. Thanks very much, Robin, for all the insights for the Classic Bike Festival. So Michael Clyde, we've got Ross Moore, Dean Graham, Paul O'Rourke, Graham Smallwoods, Christian Dunlop, all out there. So the next machines then, the lightweight machines, if you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. Checker flag and we're going out here pretty soon. Bridget LeBera way through round that right-hander. Again, another great section of the track here. They're just brushing the hedge there on the right-hand side and then over through towards that banking before they're braking hard into that hairpin. A lot of passing manoeuvres into there. And of course, some of you might remember the chicane that was put in a while back. Straight up now in through the hairpin. So again, another call for the lightweight machines, and that's all machines, that's the 400s, etc., right up to 650 twins. And the Moto 3 machines, they'll all be out in this practice session. So Dave Walsh there, the number 7, big number 7 in the front of his machine. So again, it is on time, but the fastest man out on track is Michael Clyde. Some fantastic racing this season from this man. There he is then. Oh, he is not hanging about at all on that. He's pushing hard up to, right up to the hairpin. The hairpin, it's a lot further up than what you think. But Michael, hard on the brakes in through there. That's Ross Moore way through. Again, pushing hard on that wee Honda. So Michael Clyde is on an absolute mission here. He looks comfortable through here. Nice and smooth. Fast and smooth. That is the trick for road racing, and especially wet road racing. So there's Christian Diddlow way through. The number 9 machine of Nicholas Round. Lovely R6 Yamaha. Stuart McCann away through on the Triumph. Again, Stuart had a good run there. Stuart had a good run through Armoy. So these support machines, they're quick. They're quick. And the day's only going to get quicker, of course, when they get used to the grip levels. And these super sport and super bike machines are going to be out on track very soon. That Kramer there of Dave Walsh away through. And that'll be in the junior support class. So the machine's coming back round, they'll be heading back into the paddock. So the next machine's then the lightweight up to 650cc. That's the 400s, the 300s, that's the Moto 3 machines, the 650s, the whole kit and caboodle. They'll be out on track very soon. The sweeper is out and making his way round to the back of that session. And the riders will be into the holding, or back into the holding area, back up into the paddock very shortly, and we'll get the lightweight machines out onto the track.
think little interviews like that with Robin, I think we should do as much as that possible. It's really good for the stream. And good for them, obviously, in terms of advertising. It's really good for the stream in terms of just yeah.
Sun's out again, which is a bonus.
On track any second now. If you're not there, can you please make your way as quickly as possible? There's the pink bib is back, so he's completed his sweep of the track, and these lightweight machines will be out any second now. So please, if you're not there, pick up some pace and make your way to the hole now. Of course, some of the riders may opt not to go out in the free practice sessions, but it's good to blow off the cobwebs and bring back a bit of memory, a bit of nostalgia for some of the riders and of course some of the spectators around here. But most of them will be going out in the free practice, and then following that will be their qualifying session later on. Of course, that's when things really that's when the riders really start to up the pace. So the lightweight machines are out on track and making their way around. And once they get a quick look around the track, we'll start to push that wee bit harder during the second and third laps. The lightweight machines are covered, as I say, through the Moto 3 class, the Super Sport 300. There's 650s out there as well. It's just a good chance to get a feel. It'll be the first time for some of these riders that'll be out on track, so it's a good chance to get a feel of the grip, the feel of the track, and get back into the flow of things. The first machine through there, Neil Kernahan. Of course, he was out before, so he was lucky enough. He got out for that instructor's lap, the newcomers. 99, Sean Brawley and Barry Ferber away through. Dallas Reynolds and James Doy. And good to see James Doy back out again. Lee Osprey in the Tracy Mullen machine, and Darren Duncan the McLaughlin 125 Honda. 49 away through. Malcolm Love again. Malcolm, he's jumping off that V250. V250 Suzuki onto that 125 Honda. Barry Davison on the Moto 3 machine. He's on the 250. Gang of riders coming through, so quite a few riders out in this one then. Make their way up past, heading back up to that hairpin, quite fast up that section. Just tip into the left hand side there, and then hard on the brakes. Just hear that wee 125 squealing in the background. So the next machines then out on track are the Super Sport and Superbike machines. So Super Sport, Superbike, and don't forget the Classic Superbike and Classic Super Sport machines will be along with them. So some of the riders will have to make a choice through this, especially in this class actually. So there's Moto 3 machines, there's Super Twins, but some of the riders are riding the Moto 3 and Super Twins or the 300 machines, so they will have to make a choice on which one to go out on. Neil Kernahan the way through again. Nice and steady up through there. Still powering through that left-hander. Barry Ferber. He's on a mission, you can hear just closing that throttle, going round that right-hander, closes the throttle, and it just makes it that wee bit easier to get the bike turned and straight back on it again. Dallas Reynolds away through. James Doy just tucked in behind him. So they're all starting to up the pace now. So Lee Osprey away through then. Darren Duncan going well to hold on to the back of him. But of course, they're just getting a wee feel of it. Oh, Barry Davison. Oh, it nearly sounded like he was absolutely pinned through there. He didn't let off the throttle too much anyway. So the whole stream of machines coming up towards us. That's the 51 there of Andy Kildare. Looks like the machine that looks like RJ Woolsey's 650. And he's opted to go out on. Rossi Dobson away through on his Moto 3. One of the many newcomers here this weekend. And again, that's Chris Gray, Stephen Walsh away through. Jack Sands. Great to see Jack Sands still out on that lovely wee 125 Honda. So the checkered flag will be going out here very shortly. If we can have the Super Sport Superbike, and that includes the Classic Super Sport and Classic Superbike to the holding area. So that's all the Super Sport machines and Superbike machines to the holding area, please. Barry Ferber going through again. Wow, he's quick through there. It looks like Sean brought all the way through as well. So it looks like he's well and truly comfortable with this track now. And again, that track just starting to dry out real quickly now. So by the time the Super Sport and Superbike machines are out, there'll be a lot of dry patches in through the circuit. Although obviously still not dry enough for slicks, but we're going the right direction. So another call please for the Superbikes, Super Sport machines please to the holding area. That's the Super Sport and Superbike machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. That is check the flag out, and the next time round they'll be pulling into the paddock and we'll get them machines down out onto the road. Don't forget that does include the Super Sport Classic and the Classic Superbikes. Knocking the way through. Just rolling the throttle ever so slightly. Green Smallwood, Sean Leonard, young Dobson. Again, you can really tell the difference there between the newcomer and, well, I'm not going to call him a veteran, but it's Barry Davison. Barry just keeping it pinned through that section. Of course, he'll be this next time round. Away through there. It didn't look like the levels of RJ. He loves the nostalgia, he loves the old style colours, machines. Of course, he has that the Castrol Honda, that wee 400 Honda machine, done up the Castrol colours. He's got the leathers and all the suits. And then the JPS, he's wearing the JPS Norton leathers. And he's got the 650. I'm pretty sure it was Andy Collet on his 650 with the JPS colours. So the sweeper is out on the track at the moment, and the Superbikes and Super Sport machines will be out for their free qualifying or free practice session, and that's the 4th session. So we will then be moving on to the qualifying sessions. That will be the lightweight class up first, followed by the senior support, followed by lightweight and junior classic. We will then have the Super Sport machines. Dan Dunlop and Lee Osprey just making their way up. Barry Davison just flipping down the throttle there on that Moto 3 machine. So after the Super Sport qualifying session, we will have the Classic Superbikes and the Classic Super Sport. Session number 6 in the programme then will be the junior support, followed by the open Superbikes for session 7. Session 8, senior and unlimited classic. Session 9 is the potentially motorcycle transport super twins. And session 10 for the parade laps. After that, the 2 races then, the senior support and the super sport next generation. Fingers crossed to get through a ring today. The club's done very well, and of course the main priority is to make sure the riders get as much track time as possible before moving into the racing tomorrow. I'm going to be optimistic and say there will be no issues with tyre changes tomorrow, because we're all going to be on slicks. Everybody on slicks tomorrow. So that track, it is drying up pretty quickly here down through the start and finish straight. Looking in the distance, clouds are more or less broke up. But of course, as we said earlier on, it is declared a wet meeting today. Hopefully we'll not have that issue tomorrow. As the remainder of the machines make their way up into the paddock of the Superbike and Super Sport machines, please make your way into the holding area, and you'll be going back out. You'll be going out onto the road here very soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they're nearly ready to go. Again, for YouTube, thanks everyone for tuning in. think they're just moving some spectators about, and we'll try and keep an eye on the chats as best we can. Greg Crow, all y'all streaming tomorrow? We are indeed. We're streaming today. Fingers crossed the 2 races later on this afternoon, and the races all the races all day tomorrow, should I say. So again, there's a lot of chat in my ear here from the clerk of the course and the marshals. So we're just moving some spectators about and moving some residents about. So of course we'll have to keep the residents happy in and around the circuit. William Grant racing this weekend. I haven't seen him, so I'm not sure. Haven't seen the Cowden racing team here this weekend. Thanks for your stream. Shame we have wet roads, bone dry and sunny on the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man climate's not too far away from our own climate over here, but I think you've got lucky with that one. So, thanks for getting in touch, Manx Andy. So we'll not be long now before we get things up and running again. So next up then is the Superbikes. I'll just give them another call here. So we have the sweeper is on the circuit now. And just making sure everyone is in position. If you're not, can you please get into position as quickly as possible so we can lock all this back down again and we can continue on. So the Super Sport and Superbike machines will be out on track. You can see the machines have already made their way down out of the hole now. Yeah, just to confirm, Delta Indigo Golf 680. So we'll have an announcement, please. We need a van moved. It is parked. It's either in someone's driveway or in someone's garden, but can you move it as quickly as possible? The registration is Delta Indigo Golf 680. So DIG 680. Can you move that van, please, as quickly as possible? It is parked in a very prohibited area, and if you can move that, please, as soon as possible, that would be fantastic. So that's Delta Indigo Golf 680. You can move that van, please, as quickly as possible. So the Super Sport machines and Superbike machines are on the road and circulating. So the next session then will be the lightweight class. So the lightweight class, we've seen them out there along with the 650s. That's the Super Sport, Moto 3, and the 400s. And that'll be the first of the qualifying sessions for this weekend. And remember, it's over 5 laps, not an awful lot of time to do anything, but this is what's great about the free practice session. They go out, they get their 3 laps, plenty of time to get the feel of the bike, get the feel of the track, and if there's any adjustments needing done, you'll probably see up in the paddock at the minute, there's a few riders, few teams trying their best with making as many adjustments as they can, changing the gearing, and of course if the track dries out, well, that's all out the window anyway, so teams will still be looking up at the sky way on out in the distance. It looks a bit nasty out there, but I think fingers crossed it's going to blow over, so the clouds are going the right direction anyway. We'll have another reminder of the Superbike lap record around here, held by Derek Shields. That was back in 2013. So a 154.5, 111 mile an hour lap. The Super Sport, Seamus Elliott holds that lap record still, a 108.1. So we'll keep an eye on it as this track dries, remember. But the riders, I would say maybe all, if not 95% of these riders will be out on full wets. We touched on it a wee bit last weekend. You have to be careful. You can see that dry line forming, so the wets can chew up pretty quickly. That's Ryan Whitehall, Kevin Keys, and Neil Kernahan way through. Number 4, that's Joe Loughlin on the Stephen McKnight Racing BMW machine. And of course, once again, we wish Stephen McKnight all the best for his recovery. And it was great to see him last week. Corn Smith, the number 13 machine, so he's out on that. On the Yamaha, the classic Superbike. So we'll have Ryan Whitehall, Kevin Keys, Neil Kernahan, Joe Loughlin, Andy Hornby all out. Darrell Anderson's out there on the Fireblade, Barry Ferber, Paul Cranston, Sean Brawley, Richard Loughlin, and Corn Smith. Liam Crotty there, he's out on his classic Super Sport machine. So remember, there mightn't be Super Sport or any other lap record broken this weekend. Although we'll keep a close eye tomorrow because, as I said, the weather's to be a lot better. But there most definitely will be a classic Superbike and classic Super Sport lap record. Because obviously the class that only been running a couple of years and it hasn't had a chance to make it here to the Mid Antrim. So it'll be great to see them classic Superbike and Super Sport machines rubbing shoulders tomorrow. So Whitehall was the first rider in sight. He was closely followed by Kevin Keys and Neil Kernahan. And here he comes in, Whitehall on the Suzuki. And then flapping, pulled away, so he's feeling comfortable. Joe Loughlin, he's decided just to stay tucked in behind Neil Kernahan and Kevin Keys there. In that BMW now, it's not as well kitted out as Neil Kernahan's. It's one of the newer machines. But Joe Loughlin is really pushing it. You can hear the back end of that BMW just sliding about, moving about before he brakes for the hairpin. Richard Loughlin way through there. Corn Smith on the Wednesday 750 Yamaha. Doing a bit of moving about on that bike just before he tips it into this right-hander here is right-left. And the front end just diving on him and it's upsetting the back there, but he's been riding that bike now for quite a while. He knows what way to tame it. Number 51 Liam Crotty way through. He just blips his way down the gearbox. So a checkered flag out for this one then. If the lightweight class could they please make their way to the holding area for the first of the qualifying sessions here for the Mid Antrim 150. So that's the lightweight class to make their way to the holding area as the checkered flag is being flown just down below us, and we'll be expecting Red Whitehall to be the first machine passed. And here he comes in trying to tame that big Suzuki. Trying to keep the front end down, wrestling it, coming down over that rise. Neil Kerrigan, Kevin Page, Joe Lapper. Didn't get the chance to get past, but of course he's happy enough. He's settled there, just in behind Kevin Keys. Barry Ferber way through on the Scott Racing Aprilia. Game looking comfortable. Number 88 machine away through there. Riding Paddy McColgan Ducati. Paddy's had Andy Hornby and Andy Farrell riding his machines from his incident at the Northwest 200. It's great to see his bike still out, and it's great to see Paddy still out and still smiling. So again, another call for the lightweight class to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. And remember, this is now moving on to qualifying to determine the grid positions for tomorrow, and of course for later on. The two races later on then, the senior support and the super sport next generation. So again, if the lightweight class could please make their way to the holding area as quickly as they can, and we can keep things moving on here. So as the super sport and superbike machines make their way back into the paddock, the sweeper is already out on track, and the lightweight machines are coming down onto the road. Right Ferber goes through there. Andy Hornby. Paul Cranston as well. Paul Cranston, I'm sure, has been looking forward to this one. So again, the lightweight machines, if you're not in the holding area, can you please get yourself there as quickly as possible.
Oh, right, okay.
So the lightweight machines are being brought down onto the road. Again, these are a mixture of Moto 3 machines, Supersport 300, Supersport 400s, 250 Grand Prix machines. So fingers crossed, hope there is a few 250s out. We were talking about the 250s earlier on with Robin Titterington and the Classic Bike Festival, so a huge grid of 250s once again this year. Again, that's next weekend, so we're looking forward to that. And of course, and he says there's more 2-strokes than there is 4-strokes, which is always a bonus. So again, just another residence being moved around the circuit. And we'll get things going here very shortly with the first of the qualifying sessions. That's the lightweight Supersport machines. And they've made their way down onto the road now. You can see them coming, emerging through between the hedges up in the distance. And remember, these are 5-lap qualifying sessions. And going by the free practice earlier on, it looked very busy out there indeed. So the pink bib is making his way around, and he's going to be doing a final sweep of the track just before these lightweight machines thunder through the countryside here at Clough. So here we go then for the first of the qualifying sessions. And typical Northern Ireland weather, it starts raining as soon as the motorbikes go out onto the track. But I'm sure the riders know underneath the trees it was still all wet, and I think maybe this was the only, here and just after the hairpin, probably the only dry section of the track. So here they come then. Number 27 way through, and he's just fresh off the superbike, so this is going to feel like a wee toy to him. It's Joe Loughlin. So Graham McAleese away through. Dave Walsh, Malcolm Love, Simon Lehan, Lee Osprey. Darren Duncan on the wee 125 point. Barry Davis on the Moto 3 bike, and look who's tucked right in behind him. It's Rossi Dobson. So Rossi Dobson, he couldn't follow any better person around here, especially on the Moto 3 machine. So the machines. Next time round, we're going to get some times on the screens. Joe Loughlin looking so fast through here. And likewise Barry Davison on that Moto 3. So we'll see the next time round, does he keep it flat out through here like he did during the free practice? Or will he change a few things? Number 26 away through there. Looking for not long before Joe Loughlin's back round again. The pace that he, even on that first lap that he was showing, and him only off that McKnight race in that BMW machine. This 400, it will feel like a bit of a toy. Maybe not as light, but it definitely will feel a lot slower than the 200 plus horsepower BMW that he just jumped off. So Joe Loughlin, it's great to see Joe Loughlin back in the paddock as well. That big smile of his, he loves riding motorbikes. Remember the Ulster Grand Prix, the 650 battle that he had with Christian Algan. Oh, a big moving about underneath him as he heads back out underneath the trees. Oh, the Moto 3 machines. Mickey D. So Michael Dunlop away through. He's just leading that group in behind. Really coming elbow to elbow there with a few of the riders. So Nigel Moore away through with Malcolm Love. Nigel Moore on the Moto 3 machine. Malcolm Love on that 125 Honda. Still within the Moto 3 class, of course. The 125 Hondas. So at the minute then, in the lightweight super sport, Joe Loughlin is fastest. And we've seen that from the form that he was pulling up through here. Chris Gray way through. It's the number 5 of RJ Woolsey on the Super Sport 300 machine. So the senior support machines up next. If you want to make your way to the holding area, please. That's the senior support machines. Make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So again, Joe Loughlin. Joe Loughlin fastest in the lightweight super sport. 2:26.2. James Doy second fastest, 2:26.4. There's not an awful lot in it there between them pair. Third in the lightweight super sport then is Chris Gray at 2:53.7. In the Moto 3 class there, Michael Dunlop fastest with a 2:28.6. Barry Davison in second. But that's all going to change once they get used. Nigel Moore third in the Moto 3. Graham McAleese fourth fastest. Supersport 300 then, Lee Hara fastest so far from Lee Osprey, and Owen Everard in third. Oh, he's really pushing now. Under the trees. Oh, right out to the right hand side of the road before tipping in and breaking for that hairpin. Absolutely pinned up through there. Here's Mickey D. Again, not slacking it at all through there. Well, Michael Dunlop, he jumped, he's second fastest on the road in this lightweight supersport. Oh, Barry Davison going through. Barry Davison's even quicker. Barry Davison, second fastest on the road then. He's not far off. Michael Dunlop there, 0.926 slower than Barry Davison, nearly a second slower than Barry Davison on that last lap. But at the minute, Loughlin's still fastest in the lightweight supersport. Here's Rossi Dobson. Dobson going through there, can't see him just on the screens at the minute there. He's 11th of the Moto 3s. Gary Jordan across the line. Gary Jordan, apologies, Gary Jordan up to 10th in the Moto 3s. Rossi Dobson 5th in the Moto 3s. I don't know what I'm looking at here, the names jumping up and down the screens. But Gary Jordan 5th in the Moto 3s and Rossi 11th. We're going to keep an eye on Joe Loughlin, absolutely pinned through here. So another call for the senior support machines to the holding area. The last lap flag, I think it's getting ready. It is indeed. So the last lap flag being ready in this qualifying session. If the senior support machines can make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can. And we stir into the distance, waiting for the number 27. 2:22.3. Second place James Doy at 2:24.1. So Joe Loughlin just there's number 51 away through there. There's Michael Dunlop away through. So Dunlop slightly quicker that time from Dunlop, but he stays where he is, second to the Moto 3s. It was a 2:23.8 that time. Barry Davison on that his last lap was a 2:23.0. Here he is. Oh, up the inside. Graham McAleese got a bit of a freak there. Barry Davison goes fastest on track at 2:21.9. Joe Loughlin at 2:22.3. So 0.3 of a second quicker than Loughlin on that Moto 3 machine. But of course, Loughlin is still fast in the lightweight supersport. Malcolm Love squealing that wee 125, just rolling off the throttle, hovering over that clutch lever. Simon Lehan way through, and again Rossi Dobson there. Rossi Dobson up to 6th in the Moto 3 class. So 6th fastest, so he's starting to get his burns now. Supersport 400 machines revving hard through here. That was Chris Gray away through. He's still holding on to that 3rd fastest of the lightweight Supersport machines. Huge grid of lightweight machines out here. That's Brian Harding away through. number 777. But Barry Davison, it looks like he's going to top not only the Moto 3 but the whole lightweight class here. Keep an eye on Dunlop. Here he is then. Can he batter that time? Michael Dunlop, he does batter, but it's not enough. Still second of the Moto 3s, third on the road. If Joe Loughlin retired from this one, I don't think anybody's... Oh, Barry. Slightly slower that time from Barry Davison. A wee bit of traffic there just to get down with. Graham McAleese away through. Great to see Graham riding that Moto 3. Graham is pretty tall. He's quite a tall character, so difficult to understand how he gets squeezed himself in that Moto 3. Likewise for Barry Davison. Again, Barry Davison, he hasn't ridden a Moto 3 machine from 2016, I think he said. So Armoy was the first time. And he's obviously enjoyed it because he's back here and he's back riding it again. But he tops the Moto 3 class, Barry Davison, with a 2:21.9. Oh, Malcolm Love. Away through there with Jack Sound. Oh. Rossi Dobson across the line then. Barry Davison topping the Moto 3, Michael Dunlop in second with a 2:23.0. Third is Nigel Moore, a 2:27.3. Fourth is Graham McAleese, a 2:30.1. Then we have Gary Jordan in fifth, a 2:31.2. Sixth, Robert O'Neill, a 2:37.0. Rossi Dobson ended up seventh, fastest there as he crosses the line, a 2:37.4. Jack Sands in 8th at 2:38.2. Darren Duncan in 9th at 2:38.3. The times are so close in these Moto 3 class. Simon Lehan then in 10th at 2:38.8. Malcolm Love 11th with a 2:40.3. Then we have Raymond Hodges in 12th with a 2:43.2. Again, so they're on their cool down lap. So last call then for the senior support machines to the holding area. Last call, senior support machines to the holding area. Lightweight Supersport then, Joe Loughlin fastest with a 2:22.3. James Doy in second, a 2:24.0. And we'll have to go down. Not quite sure. So third place, I think, is Chris Gray. He's just not on the timing screens here. Unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure Chris Gray got third fastest in lightweight Supersport. Supersport 300 then, Lee Hara was quickest from Lee Osprey in second. Lee Hara posting a time of 2:29.0. Lee Osprey a 2:30.0 in second. Third was Owen Everard with a 2:31.5. Again, them times are so close. That bodes well for the racing later on. Fourth fastest then, RJ Wilsey. A 2:41.2 for RJ. So the remainder of the riders making their way back into the paddock now after their slowing down lap. The senior support machine is out on track any second.
there, mate? Oh no, who's just left there? Really? I wonder is it Commentary Corner? You know, the YouTube channel. They were saying they have better coverage than ever here. Very hot. You want to stand in here a bit more? Or even umbrella.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Clough course is doing a lap of the circuit, and obviously we want that rain to ease off before we get any other machines out on the track. But Kitty Harlan, our Clough course, doing a lap just to keep a wee eye on things and make sure everything's okay for this next session. And once that downpour passes, we will get the senior support machines out on the track for their qualifying session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just to let everyone know, there will be a 15-minute delay. So sit back, relax, stay dry, but there will be a 15-minute delay. If we hear any further updates, we'll let you know. So we'll stop for a quick bite to eat, a water break, and we'll be back with you very shortly. So, right. Right, guys, again, YouTube viewers, thanks very much for tuning in. Slight delay here. So, unfortunately, there's a wee bit of land water and whatnot around the circuit. Again, there's a couple of wee floods, so they're just sorting that out. Let's see. Oh, Wayne Hall, thanks for tuning in again, buddy. Hope the wee family's all good. Loved racing at the Mid Antrim. I got my first podium here in the 400 race. The late Gavin Lumpton won in 2013. we used to have to go through the chicane. I spoke about that chicane earlier on, and they're not. I don't know what it was. I think they were talking about having that chicane, and I heard something last night. It was just something to do with the insurance, so that they wouldn't allow the insurance to, or the insurance wouldn't allow them to use it, or something like that. I don't know the ins and outs, but as you say, it's far better without it, as our camera is freaking out there again. So, let me see, we'll try our best going through these. We'll try and answer as many questions as possible. If you have any, of course I don't know everything, but if I tell you something, you have to believe it. We'll go back through a few other. Michael Heatley, happy weekend. Thanks for tuning in, Michael. Aaron Greenaway, hey guys, coming from Bangor tomorrow. Any ideas on where to park? Well, I think just further down from the paddock, there looks to be. It looks more like a camping area just ahead of us here. So you could probably squeeze in there. I'm just hearing on the radio there's a blocked drain. There's one looks like it's down just from the start and finish as well. So there's a big puddle there on the left hand side. You might be able to see it there on the screen, just down the bottom on the left. So again, they're just having to clear out and get it sorted. A few block gullies about, so dyno rod would be great to have a dyno rod or something here, wouldn't it? Go Owen Everard, Gail Core, thanks for tuning in. Good to hear from you, Gail. Owen's going really, really well. He's riding that Bell Bike Sport B&W machine. So it's great to see. It's great to see him going so well on that wee bike, and he's enjoying his road racing. Much to the dismay of his family, I would imagine. But everyone's in the same boat, really, aren't they? Like, my parents tried to get me to stop loads of times, but it's just sometimes it takes your own mindset, and it's like a drug. People keep saying it's like a drug, and sometimes it annoys me saying it's like a drug, but it seriously is. So another drain blocked around the track. So the marshals, they're getting I think they're organising some shovels there just to get the drains unblocked and throw whatever's in the drain probably up over the ditch. So further back then on the comments, I don't get a chance to read anything in comments. Sometimes Pete, he would throw a few things at me and a few questions and stuff during commentary, but trying to do track commentary and all as well, sometimes it can get a wee bit tricky. Let me see. Murphy Robert, I'm assuming that's Robert Murphy, maybe, is it? Murphy Robert. This is the heart and soul of road racing. Love it. Do it because they love it, and it's not a job. Absolutely. Robert, we American flag there. So thanks for tuning in again. going through more blocked drains. So the radio's very busy in my ear here at the minute. But again, everyone, thanks for tuning in. And please keep on the chat. Please work on where someone's bike's going to get run over by the clerk of court. You don't want that happening. That's the sweeper machine. I'm pretty sure it's a full electric bike, that. So I don't know how many laps he's going to do today. 3.5 mile a lap. Probably lucky if you get, what would you get out of one of them? 100 mile range or something. So don't forget as well, we've pinned a comment there for our friends at Duke Travel. So Duke Video, Duke Travel, they've been helping us out the past wee while. We've been trying to help them out as well. There's nothing really. Well, the only people that are probably getting a financial benefit from this is probably Duke Travel, but we're all here. We want to guide people to the right people. We want to guide people to the right direction of how to get to these races, where to stay when you're at these races, and get on there. The link's there, duketravel.com. You get your packages for the likes of the Isle of Man, stuff like that. And hopefully Comedy Corner and Duke, we can work together a wee bit deeper, and well, fingers crossed we can get ourselves over to, probably too late for the Manx now, but the likes of the TT for next year, or even the Southern 100, and everyone knows how difficult it is and how expensive it is to get accommodation. So these boys and girls at Duke Travel, they can do it all for you. Simple wee click a button, hit that link, go on, and even if you email them and go, find your website through Comedy Corner, blah blah blah, whatever. And likewise with King of the Roads and whatnot, we're doing the same thing, but obviously they're a lot better than what we're doing. So, but if you want to watch any of the races, they're not here this weekend, but the likes of a Tay or something, the Tay Road races, it'll be a blink of an eye too. It's only a couple of weeks away. I'll get the dates up here. Hi Gareth, tomorrow looks better weather-wise. Get this qualifying over, and let's hope the drains get unblocked. Sammy Bones, yes, absolutely. Thanks for tuning in. Carl's RGV, remembering Big John is from ours, yes. Again, thanks for tuning in. We do try to go through everyone, and we never want to forget any of our heroes. Please stay live for the sidecar parade laps. Absolutely. My husband Anton McDonald and brother Fran Newton are going out, and my brother Philly Newton as well. Yep. No, we will definitely be staying live. Calling Ian Skinner watching from Gloucester. Thanks for streaming. Love it. There's another wee message. Go ahead, John. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just another quick announcement there. There will be a further 15-minute delay. There's quite a bit of land water on the circuit, so the marshals and the track personnel, they're all trying to get that cleared as best as possible, and it's just typical. The sun comes out here, but it was quite a big downpour, and we're going to try and get things moving pretty quickly, but a further 15-minute delay. And that's unfortunate there for the club. Another 15-minute delay. Let me see. Please do. We've done that one. Watching from Gloucester. Thanks for streaming. Love to see it. No problem, Ian Skinner. Thank you very much for tuning in. Sammy Bones, fair play, Kitty, and all her merry men and women it's a hard even in the dry roads. Never mind this. So all the best to the Mid Antrim 150 club. Absolutely, I can't stress how difficult it must have been even this morning. The roads were closed really early to try and get everything built up, so they can't actually put any of these recognitions or bales out until the roads are closed. The bits and pieces here and there, but the main ones that we need, they can't do it because, well, there's normal traffic up and down, and cars. If a car gets hit or something, that's another issue. But yeah, fair play, Kitty and the Mid Antrim club. Is Corby Corner far from Wilson's of Rathkenny? I think so. I'm not really from this neck of the woods, but I think Corby Corner, if you're going race direction, if you turn right, I'm not sure, it may bring you down through into it. Thinking of going. That's Aaron Greenaway. So I probably wouldn't walk it, to be honest, but I know that road actually past Wilson's of Rathkenny. That was the old circuit. That was part of the old circuit. So you can imagine how fast it was. Loving the coverage as per usual, Gareth. See you at the Classic Festival next weekend. Absolutely. I'll be there. And we're doing a wee podcast, sort of a wee back and forth. So we'll get some of the riders up and we'll take the mickey out of them a wee bit. So we'll have a wee bit of crack with that up on stage. The paddock is muck and gutters. I'm sure it is. I was actually thinking about that because I was going to walk back to my caravan. I can sort of see. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's muck and gutters. I can see just above. There's a van parked there just above us, and above the van, because the paddock's on like a bit of a hill. It's a wee bit awkward. Yeah, I might call an Uber to get back. I'm parked right at the back end of the paddock in the caravan, so fingers crossed. Hopefully it doesn't rain anymore, and it sort of might dry up, because I'm gonna tell you, see this commentary box, you've got, I don't know, it seems it's heavy, it's insulated. There's double glazed windows, there's a big double glazed door you'd have out the back of your house, and it's pretty heavy. It's on 4 sort of stanchions, 4 stilts, and I'm pretty sure it's sinking. I'm not gonna lie, it's moving about quite a bit, and I think it's sort of sinking into the ground. So hopefully the ground doesn't get any softer, and no fat man jokes, please. Is there a Sammy Bones in here? Yeah, absolutely, guys. Get involved in the chat. Get involved in the chat and get, have a bit of crack amongst yourself. But again, this 15-minute delay is just.
As we know with YouTube,
Unfortunately,
you
it's something.
constantly people coming and going.
I think our camera's actually moved down there, so hopefully no one's messing about with it.
And then Michael's racing, and it's just up, nobody leaves. All those newcomers, like nobody
Maybe
leaves.
something for Pistol Pete to sort out. He's done some miles today already. He's been running up and down there like a lunatic. He's going to be grumpy and sore tomorrow, and I'm going to have to listen to him. And, So, well, have we looked through so far? If you're just joining us again, thanks very much. So far, we have had our newcomers, A and B, have been out. We've had, what have we had? The free practice for classics, the support class, lightweight lightweight machines and 650 machines, and the super sport, superbike, classic super sport, classic superbike. They've all been out. The Clough course just away past there, and she's doing a great job, just making sure everything is perfect for the machines to go out on track. So the first of the qualifying, then we had the lightweight class. Due to go out is the senior support, but an absolute downpour there from the skies. So unfortunately, there was a 15-minute delay. There's a further 15-minute delay, and the water there down past the start and finish, thankfully, that puddle has dissipated. And the track is actually, there's a bit of a dry line just in the middle of the road there already, but again, it needs to be absolutely perfect. Let me see. I remember racing there. Yvonne Montgomery. Thanks very much, Yvonne. How are you? Hope you're well. I remember racing the year the paddock was after Alexander's. Unreal amount of mud and gutters that year. Love this word, gutters. That's a real Northern Irish thing, isn't it? I remember going, I think it was one year, the year I was meant to do, I can't remember, was it 2016 maybe, and we were for it. We had an entry in, we were for it, we wanted to go, we wanted to do it, and the whole week, it just poured down all week, and I think it could have well been the year you were talking about, Eva, but my goodness, we were going to go and we thought, you know what, it's going to be dire because people were putting photos and stuff on social media and people getting towed into the paddock, and the club over the years, they've had it real hard, so fair play to them for getting this back on again. And fingers crossed, we'll get the track ready to go and we can go again. But I remember that year, and I think Derek Shields and Derek McGee, they just drove past the paddock. They didn't even attempt to turn into it because they were towing race trucks and all up. So they're it wasn't that bad yesterday when I just drove in, no problem. Actually, I borrowed a Subaru Forester to tow a new caravan. I only bought the caravan not last night, night before. What day is it? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday night. Bought it on Wednesday night. Lovely man up in Bangor. So just fed up, slumming it, and then I'm running back and forth home. So threw the head up, bought a caravan. Realised I didn't have a tow bar. Ordered the tow bar from a car. It's not here yet, so I borrowed a car, Subaru Forester. Big shout out to Eastwood Motors. Thanks very much for lending me the Subaru Forester. Fantastic, towing the caravan, hardly felt it in the road at all. And then up through the field, up the hill, and just obviously 4-wheel drive, no bother at all. Richard Page, hi Richard from Selby. Watching your YouTube channel, follow everything you do, always great job YouTube channel. Had a busy day fixing coffee machines in New York. Well, Richard, thanks very much, and we all need coffee machines. And I tell you, I had a coffee earlier from the VIP thing behind me, and I wasn't meant to get the pass, I got the pass anyway, so but it was amazing. So thanks for tuning in, long-term follower, subscriber Richard, thank you. Paula Everard, hi Gareth, enjoying the coverage from home, cheering on Owen from my dry kitchen. Don't rub it in or anything. Yes, the wee man's going well. I'm sure you are super proud of him, and I'll be keeping a close eye on him certainly this weekend, and of course we'll have all the results and everything. We've got live time and live timing up there from Speed Hive, so thanks very much to them guys. And you can of course tune in yourself, and there's a way of tuning in into Speed Hive and our video being on Speed Hive, but I haven't figured that out yet. But it seems very, very very smart. Carl RGV, I'm assuming that's an RGV 250 or an RGV 500, even better. But 1989 was my first time at the Mid Antrim. sitting on the grass, back at a road end with my, hold on to see, with my legs in a black bag, and rain was bouncing. Seems a lifetime ago. It is hardcore road racing fan. That's what you are. Plenty of hardcore road racing fans around the paddock and around this circuit already for practice. And this camera keeps freaking out. It's the rain. The speakers aren't working properly either around the track. The PA system. So
Since you were 5, and you raced against them since you
Colin,
were 5.
he fits the
You know,
PA
so
system. Think
it's even worse for them. It's even a bigger loss because it's like someone that they probably know well, you know. And
It's a bigger loss, but then you have to put it in the back of your head and think it's not going to happen to you. So you can't let it get to you, you know?
the mentality's insane. Like, what was it? They come into this race, and there was a couple of riders that I've spoken to and Gar's spoken to and stuff, and you know they're a little bit concerned about coming to here because of the sabotage. And like, you know, for me, I just kind of assumed, oh yeah, because you don't want to get injured. But when you speak to the rider, the race next week. That's all it is.
we've got a wee bit of sound back there, I think. Yeah, so the feed is. We were talking. What were we talking about there? We were talking about signals and stuff, and cameras freaking out, and the problem with sound, and which just happened there now. So it's like here, I was saying I got 5G on my phone, but you don't have 5G because you can't do anything. The signal's crap here, and my camera's freaking out, as you've been seeing. But just hearing on my radio there, hopefully we'll get things up and running here pretty soon. But let me see. Yes, Carl is hardcore racing fan. Let me see. Matthew WM8622. Is that Sammy Bones that used to work? Is that Co-op in Ballymena? He was bringing people together here too. That's what it's all about. Let's see. Robert Taggart just about to jump on the bike and head up. Happy days, good man. Hopefully you've missed most of the rain. The sky looks pretty clear. The sun's been shining here now for a good 20 minutes, 25 minutes. So it'll help dry up the ground and the floods and whatever else. Sky is black over Ballymoney and looks like it's heading your direction. No. Bad language there. Don't be saying that. Ragnar Iron Spear. That's pretty cool. Very Game of Thrones. Or Vikings, wasn't it? Vikings. Blue skies, Brock Shane. Heading the clock now. Happy days. Good man, Sammy Bones. Our very own Barra Best here on YouTube. We hear some machines warming up in the background. I see you might have seen him just walking past there, but I think it was Michael Dunlop's crew chief walking down there. He's away till time. Maybe speak to Kitty. Kitty's out of the track at the minute. I haven't heard any more through the radio. Make sure the battery hasn't died in it either. But yeah, we're just sort of going through the motions here at the minute. The only thing we can do is sit back, try and relax. Relax. Gets to you being stuck in a box most weekends. This is the 4th weekend in a row, and then we have the Classic Bike Festival next weekend, 7th, 8th and 9th. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We heard Robin talking about it earlier on, so looking forward to that. Another busy weekend. Go on a Friday, chat show on Friday night, Saturday, parades and racing, chat show Saturday night, parades and racing Sunday. Pack everything up and nip home again. I think I've got Monday booked off. I hope I've got Monday booked off. So again, we'll take a couple of wee minutes here. And again, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. If you have any questions, throw them up. But I'll have a quick wee water break. And Pete, he's poured himself a cup of tea and he hasn't even drank it. So, but listen, guys, yep. If any questions, throw them in there, and I'll get back to you shortly. Hopefully, this delay will not be any or much longer, and we can get things underway pretty soon. Good luck, everyone, especially Joe Loughlin and Nigel Moore on the McKnight racing machines. Absolutely great to see Stephen's bikes still out on track. And again, we wish him all the best and a speedy recovery. He's pretty stiff looking, pretty sore looking there still when I seen him last week. But yeah, he's definitely getting there. He's going in the right direction. But please please subscribe. Subscribe is the most important thing. Please subscribe to the channel. It is absolutely free. It's subscription. A lot of people think you subscribe and you have to pay for it, and you're thinking, "Oh, I'm watching this for free." But please subscribe. Please, you have. What do we have here? I don't know. We'll have super chats. There's super chats. There's other stuff. I don't know. Please get involved in it, and you'll get your own points, your XP points, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. Pete knows more about that. But subscribe, super chat, share, throw everything out there on Facebook, please, and all our social medias, and spread the good word. So go for a wee water break, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it shouldn't be much longer now. So they've been out clearing that the surface water off the track, and there was quite a bit. So the fair play to the marshals and the Clough course and everyone doing their best to clear the water off the track. So there was a few gullies and whatnot that were blocked and a few drains blocked, and they've actually got the shovels out and unblocked them. So fair play. It shouldn't be much longer. They're going to come back round. They're on their way around the circuit again, and once they come back to the start and finish, we'll be able to tell you a wee bit more. Just another announcement there through the radio, but they'll not be too much longer. Once the Clough course is back to start and finish, we'll get right back to you. Some of the riders are just getting a wee bit impatient. Aye. Yeah. Connor Conway. Hopefully it stays dry. We get some good racing. Absolutely. Can I get a big shout out? This is Noah Scullion. Can I get a big shout out to Tanya Lee and Dino watching along in the dry? Hate that. Let's see. Any word if the patent is eligible for super or sports bike next year? Don't think so. Well, it should be. Well, it's in amongst the Super Twins, so I would say so. Looks to be clearing up. Team, all the best. I remember that, Avon. Had my dry feet power hosed on the way out of the paddock to stand the start and finish. Flipping heck. Is Bailey out today? All the best. All the best qualifying. Don't know. I haven't seen any of the County racing team. Let me see. Names are still on the screens. No, I don't think so. But we'll keep a close eye. There's a lot in the program we have. In the program that we have, it has been updated, and there's no additional entries, but there is quite a few entries that they haven't made it. So there's a few names needing taken out of the program, unfortunately. The bikes were getting wheels power washed before they went out. And I remember that. Yeah, that's right, Yvonne. I remember seeing the videos and the photos of that. Thanks for the stream. Best wishes and all that from Hong Kong. Wow. Thanks very much. That's pretty cool. So with American, Hong Kong, Australia, all over. That's the thing. And Brazil. So you give us a wee shout out, and we'll give you a wee shout out through the Tannoy, where you're from. From Balamoney to Brazil. How about that? Give a shout out to Jake Fenton in the Isle of Man. That's from Timmy Richmond. Thanks for tuning in. And Jake, hope you're enjoying it. Although there hasn't been much happening today. We've got through the free practice, started the qualifying, and the senior support is up next. And the guys are just getting a wee bit impatient up there, and we're hoping to get things going here very soon. And a good chance to get the bikes recovered as well. Hopefully it stays dry and can get some good racing. Absolutely, Connor. So yeah, the middle of the track's drying out. See, this is where it starts to get a wee bit tricky for the riders too, and the teams, and swapping and changing of things. If a rider was out there, if you were able to get the intermediates like you used to, they would definitely be choosing intermediates for that. But Again, out round the back of the track, it could be a wee bit flooded, but I'll just let them know. So again, just hearing there, the marshals, they've done a fantastic job. Most of the track, it's all clear and ready to go. We're just waiting on Kitty, our clerk of the course, returning. And hopefully we'll get to know better here any minute now, but they are on their way back. And hopefully we can get some machines out onto the track. So if the senior support machines, if you want to return to the holding area, please, and have yourselves ready. I'm sure you'll be out on the road any minute now. We're just waiting on the stewards, the clerk of the course coming back. I'm not sure whether she'll be doing another inspection lap, but definitely won't be long now until we get some machines back out onto the circuit. Yeah, so more news on the radio. Here we go. Oh, that's just one of the residents. Looking at moving around the track. Rodney Keys. My wee dad. Big hello to Harry Keys, absolutely. Turned 89 a couple of days ago. So big happy birthday, Granda. Mid Antrim was one of his favourites. Even when he was sent flying a Clough bridge on the old track. Oh dear, he's never going to live. He hasn't lived that one down, Shreyan. Shout out to Tracy McMullen Racing Team. Watching from the Isle of Man. Thanks for the updates. No problem, Andrew Farron. Thanks for tuning in. Is Michael Dunlop on Michael Sweeney's bike? He is indeed. He's riding Sweeney's Aprilia this weekend. I haven't seen Sweeney himself. I think he's just maybe took. I think Michael's just took the bike himself. Well, with his permission, of course. So I was looking for Sweeney last night. Couldn't see him in around the paddock. George Glass walking past you. Missed him. Back up the logos.
was just thinking like they go out and it's not the one I'm doing. Cool. Yeah, because otherwise I'd be in the back for it. I thought we had the bike. I was pretty worried.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, just finishing up around Corby there, I think it was, so it shouldn't be too much longer before Kitty's back. So we're hoping about another 5 minutes or so, and we'll get confirmation. But if the remainder of the senior support machines want to make their way to the holding area, and again, thanks for waiting, thanks for your patience, everyone. Just a reminder to tune in. We are streaming it live here. So poor Pete, he's been running up and down the fields. He's fell asleep here beside me, but he's looking after the cameras and whatnot. But tune in to YouTube, Comedy Corner. We've done interviewers too today as well, and we'll do some later on. So, and you can see there's live time and live commentary, obviously, and you can see a wee bit of the action here at the start and finish. Even if you're somewhere else in and around the circuit, you can tune in, or any of your loved ones at home. Just let them know where we are. We're on social media, and we'll have the links all there. And just even Google Comedy Corner, and it should come up. So share the love, and you can watch it all. It's great for folks at home that aren't able to make it. But if you are in and around the circuit, it's good to see a wee bit of the action here at the start and finish as well. So again, another couple of minutes, and we'll get right back to you with an update. Hopefully Kitty, she'll not be too much longer until she's back at the start and finish. And fingers crossed we can get the bikes on the track while the sun is still shining here. And looking at the forecast, I don't want to jinx it, touch wood. It's looking like it's not to rain now until Sunday afternoon. So hopefully the sun keeps shining and we can get the barbecues all back out. But for the meantime, we'll be right back with you in a couple of minutes, and we'll keep an eye on the target course coming back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the clerk of the course is making her way back round again. So the senior support machines are going to be out on track very soon. And they're going to pick up some of the stewards. And they're going to do a final lap of the circuit. And we'll find out whether or what the track conditions like. It is pretty dry here at the minute. So I'm not sure about the rest of the circuit, but we'll try and find out as best we can. So just to let you know, let the riders know and the teams know, it's mainly dry around the circuit. So underneath the trees and stuff, there's a couple of damp patches, but it's more dry than it is wet, just in case any of you have to change wheels and whatnot. So the stewards are going to do a lap inspection if you want to get your tyres changed, your wheels changed. Give you a wee bit of time to do that, but as quickly as possible, please. So it is mainly dry, only damp patches. So remember, take the first lap or two just to figure out where they are. Take it easy before starting to post any times. But it's good as well for the riders to get some track time. Dry track time before tomorrow. So we'll try and hammer through the qualifying sessions as best we can. And of course, I'm not sure, we haven't heard any further, but there's to be 2 races around tonight. It's looking a wee bit doubtful at the minute. But as long as we get through all this qualifying and we can sort out the programme if needs be tomorrow. So that's the stewards. They're away on their lap inspection, and it'll not take them long getting round, getting back round towards us. And the machines, the senior support machines, will be out on track for their. That's the second qualifying session of the day. Hopefully, there's no more delays and we can get things moving here pretty sharpish. So senior supports up next. That'll be followed by the lightweight and junior classic machines, and then we'll have the super sport and then the classic superbikes and classic super sport machines. So still quite a bit to go through here, and fair play to the club. They've worked hard and they've had everything thrown at them here so far, so well done to all the marshals, track personnel, everyone involved, doing a fantastic job. pink bib. The sweeper is on the track. And stewards of the meeting are back from their inspection. And now we've got the sweeper out, so the machines have been coming out onto the circuit. We're getting wave from the holding area. Looking up, just waiting for the machines to be pulled out onto the road. The senior support machines, I'm sure there might be a couple still trying to swap over, change their wheels. And we'll get a wee, well, a mainly dry track, again just under the trees, couple of wee damp patches, but they'll take the first couple of laps to keep a wee eye on it. So the senior support machines, once they leave, can we get the lightweight and the junior classic machines to the holding area, please? That's the lightweight and junior classic machines to the holding area. Still no machines out on the road just at the minute. And maybe still swapping at their wheels. There we go then. The senior support machines out on track. most of these riders, in fact, I think all of these riders have already been out, so that's given them a good chance to make any changes if needs be. And of course, they have to be wary because they've changed their tyres. Well, I would imagine they've changed their tyres. I know a couple of the riders were asking about the track condition, but because they've changed their tyres, they've changed the profiles, everything's changed, the suspension's going to have to be moved, and a lot of people sort of play it safe, 2 clicks softer and everything for the wet, and then back for the dry, but it's a lot more complicated than that if you want to get it absolutely perfect. But these riders, the majority of them newcomers, and we'll keep an close eye on Michael Clyde. Even during the free practice there, he was absolutely moving through here. I know it was untimed, but I think he was running, I think it was close to 5 seconds quicker than anyone else. But again, the track condition, it's all changed. And it's changed, I think, every time there's been a different session out, so it's very difficult to get a good setup. I just missed the end of it. Can you repeat that, please? So the machines through here, Graham Smallwoods, Ross Moore. I did, thank you. So Ross Moore, Dean Graham, Nicholas Rounds, Paul O'Rourke, Christian Didlow, William Young, Bridget LeBerg, Gary Jordan, Stuart McCann, all through. I think that was Lee Hara, by the looks of it, just pulled in there. So Lee Hara out for a lap. Just an announcement for in and around the circuit, please. We need a vehicle moved as soon as possible. This is a message from the PSNI. We need a vehicle moved as soon as possible. Y for Yankee, T for Tango, 5-8, G for Golf, S for Sierra, U for Uniform. Can you please move that vehicle as quickly as possible? That's YT 58GSU. We need that vehicle moved as quickly as possible, please. So we have 10 machines out on circuit then for this senior support. Graham Smallwoods leading the way on that CBR 600 Honda. Riding a 650 this weekend as well. Going really well on that 650. He's only had a handful of races on it, not even a handful of races so far. So considering all the track time that he's had. So here they come then. Smallwood still just ahead of Moore and Dean Graham. Dean Graham away through there. Looking good. Graham Smallwood, he's give the riders behind something to chase, so we're starting to get some times on the screens here. As William Young goes through the number 88 machine. Again, looking quick through there for William. Across the line, Gary Jordan, and that's Stuart McCann. You hear that triumph echoing. Bridget LeBert. And that lovely wee CBR 600 Honda. So Bridget, wee bit of road racing over in America as well, but of course it's not really. It's more open plains than road racing. So over here it's completely different. She said herself, it's real road racing over here. Loads of furniture, loads of banks, trees. And that's what the riders love. But Dean Graham fastest at the minute, a 2:20.7. Ross Moore in second with a 2:20.8. Wow, Paul O'Rourke in third fastest, a 2:20.9. So the top three nearly identical times, not an awful lot in it there between them three. Graham Smallwoods at 2:21.0. Nicholas Round fifth so far at 2:23.0. William Young sixth with a 2:27.9. You can see William Young was coming through there pretty well. Chilled out, he was nearly sitting up, trying to get his burns again. They're trying to see where all these damp patches are. And of course when they go back round again, there was a damp patch down there on the left hand side and it's nearly completely dried up. So it is all going to chop and change here. Stuart McCann seventh at the minute. All these three starting up the pace now. Dean Graham should I say, he's just moved on past Ross Moore there. Graham Smallwoods third fastest. Nicholas Rounds fourth there at the minute. So Dean Graham, he's on a charge and he's chasing Smallwoods now. Dean Graham a 2:18 that time. 2:18.9. Ross Moore 2:19.0. Diddle-o there, William Young just in behind him. Again, William moves over to the left hand side. He has to get past him quick. Again, only 5 laps during this qualifying. Gary Jordan away through there. He's up into 7th place at 2:24.7 for Jordan. William Young demoted to 8th, but he's now got past Christian Diddle-o. And the next thing, he has to get a charge on. He's going to bite the screen and get down. Still a lot of learning to do around this circuit, but I think William has it in hand. Bridget Liber away through again. Again, she's done a fair bit of learning. They all have this week, doing laps in the cars and in the vans and on wee motorbikes and stuff. The wee Groms, I've seen a couple of the Groms floating about with newcomers riding them. But it's all completely different when the roads when the roads close, and you can swap and change over on the other side of the road. Just everything opens up, and you think you're going too quick into something, but you've got a wee bit left in the tank. So the last lap flag getting ready in this one. So the lightweight and the junior classic machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the lightweight and the junior classic machines to the holding area. So Graham Smallwoods, he's still ahead there of Dean Graham, but Dean Graham posting faster again. Graham Smallwoods now up into 2nd, and Ross Moore 3rd. Paul O'Rourke just slipping down the timing screens there, he's in 5th, but Dean Graham at 2:16.9. Graham Smallwoods at 2:16.9. 0.020 of a second, absolutely nothing in it. Ross Moore 3rd fastest so far at 2:18.4. Nicholas Round 4th with a 2:19.2. Paul O'Rourke 5th at 2:19.4. Oh, on the charge, William Young. Where does he slot into? Faster again for William. He stays in that 8th. That was a 2:26.6, but he looked fast there. Gary Jordan across the line. 7th still, slightly slower that time a lot slower that time from Gary Jordan. That was a 2:27.4 compared to his best at 2:24.7. Oh, you can hear them up over the jumps in the background. You can see them there. I can see them where I am. Just cutting down through when they come back down on themselves. The 2:16.9 from Dean Graham and Graham Smallwood's going to be hard to beat. Rossmore a further 1.5 seconds back. So the checkered flags are going to be shown very shortly. If the lightweight classic, the junior classic machines make their way to the holding area. As Bridget LeBert, faster again there for Bridget. So she's chipping away at it, and that's exactly what you need to do around here. 2:45.0 there from Bridget. So there we go. Graham Smallwood's taking the checkered flag. Stayed ahead there throughout that whole session. Oh, Rossmore on the last lap, caught right back up to the tail end of Dean Graham there, and he goes fastest with a 1:16.6. Dean Graham a 1:16.9. Dean Graham and Smallwoods were both slower on that lap. But Rossmore looks like it's going to be pole position in this one. They've taken the checkered flag, but you can hear they're still pushing. They're still trucking down around the back half of that track. They need as much dry track time as they can, so they're going to continue to push right until they get through back up into the paddock. And William Young across the line, what can he do? He betters his time, but he stays where he is there in that 8th place. Stuart McCann 6th. Slightly slower that time for Stuart McCann. Christian Diddler across the line stays in that 9th. Gary Jordan slower again there from Gary Jordan. That was a 2:25.0 compared to his best of 2:24.7. Though he caught on to the back end of Christian Diddler, so he may have just eased off that wee bit coming down the hill. But Rossmore, good shooting there from Rossmore and that lovely Moore Racing Honda, the CBR 600 Honda at 2:16.6. Dean Graham in second with a 2:16.9. Graham Smallwood's third with a 2:16.9. Nicholas Round fourth, a 2:19.2. Paul O'Rourke will line up in fifth with a 2:19.4. Stuart McCann in sixth with a 2:21.1. Then we have Gary Jordan in seventh, a 2:24.7. William Young in eighth, a 2:25.2. Christian Diddler in ninth with a 2:29.3. And Bridget LeBert in 10th, a 2:45.0. And here she is then, the 1-2-1 machine. So that's the machine that Darrell Tweed was riding for that team, the Novogen CBR 600 Honda. It's very kindly lent to Bridget. She's having gearbox issues there, so the sweeper is on the track already and making his way back round towards us. As soon as he gets back, this next class will be out. It's the lightweight classic and junior classic machines. So if the remainder of you can please make your way to the holding area. He's a bit back on track, but what a ride there. Rossmore just dropping back from Dean Graham and Graham Smallwood ever so slightly, and it was just enough so he can get a wee bit of a charge on that last lap. Stuart McCann coming through. Round of applause there for Stuart. Great to see so much respect here from the spectators. William Young Right through us, Christian Dunlop. Lovely again, YZF 750. So that'll be out in the classic superbikes as well. Gary Jordan blipping down the throttle. A typical two-stroke rider, isn't he? The lightweight and junior class machines up next. That will be followed by the super sport machines. That's session number 4 in your programs. So once the lightweight machines are out on track, can we have the super sport machines, super sport 600 to the holding area?
Oh, he's out.
So the classic machines are out on track. As the lightweight and the junior classic machines, that'll be followed by the Super Sport 600s. If you want to make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. So the junior classic machines will be soon making their way back round. So if we look at the classic 250 lap record held by Colin Dawson on the 250 Suzuki. That was a 231.8, 83.7 mile an hour lap. That was back in 1998. The 350 classic Bob Jackson on the Honda 219.1. That's a 91.4 mile an hour lap on that. The 350 machine. Bob Jackson also holds the lap record for the 500s. And we'll see, when was that back in? That was back in 1996. For the 350. So we'll keep a close eye on that lap record, especially for tomorrow. There we go, Andy Kildare through the number 51 machine. 97. So I'm sure that these lap records the hard push, Waddy Brown away through, Malcolm Love, Robert McCrum, Stephen Walsh, Brian Harding, Barry Davison, a huge field, Nigel Moore, and that's Gary Hutton, number 20, away through. So smooth, so fast up through this section. These classic machines, a mixture of 350s and 250s. Of course, running their two separate championships. So we'll try and keep on top of it as best we can here with their points and their positions. That looks like Trevor Scott, it is indeed, the 34. It sounds like it's struggling a wee bit, that machine. Trevor Scott just dipping into the hairpin then. As we wait for Andy Kildare. So Andy Kildare's got a good clear road ahead of him. And that's what he's looking. Especially in qualifying, you don't want to get mixed up with anyone else during qualifying. You don't want to start getting into a race and bashing the elbows. You only slow each other up. So Andy Kildare's in a perfect position here. Malcolm Love on the 250, he's riding the 250 Suzuki. Again, good wee big lap record holder, of course, at Bishop's Court as well on that wee 250. I think it was last year, maybe the year before he broke it. So we'll wait then for the number 51 machine. If the Super Sport 600 machines make your way to the holding area. Remember, only 5 laps in these qualifying sessions, but it's only 3.5 miles around this clock circuit. Here he comes in, well tucked in behind the bubble. Can't even see him behind the fern. And he just tips up, moves over. Nearly absolutely flat out through there. Number 33 with a wee bit of a comfort roll as he tips in. 97 there. Simon Lehan. The names chop and change up and down the time screen. Malcolm Love up into 5th then. He's pushing that B2 for. Oh, Barry Davison. He doesn't even slack it through here. And this man won't either, Nigel Moore. Nigel Moore is on the charge. Where does he slot in at the minute? 7th there and 6th in the 350s. But Barry Davison, BD40, fastest on track at the minute. A 235.7. Andy Kildare second with a 236.9. And we have Robert McCrum third with a 237.0. They're all 350s there at the top at the minute. Stephen Walsh in 4th with a 337.2. Waddy Brown 5th with a 340.8. First of the 250s then is Malcolm Love. He's in 6th place, a 2:42.1. Nigel Moore 8th at the minute. But again, they're just having a wee look around the circuit, seeing where the damp patches are. And don't forget, these classic machines, there's no chopping and changing of tires. You've got one set of tires and one set of compounds, and you make it do you the whole season. There's no worries of slicks or intermediates or wets. So these damp patches under the trees, I don't think it would deter them too much. But Barry Davison on an absolute charge here as Andy Kildare comes back down towards us. Emerges from beneath the trees. Oh, sorry, that's Trevor Stewart again. Just listening to that machine going up the hill. A wee bit sick sounding. So the number 51 machine, if we look at them, the 350. There he goes. He just looked over the top of the screen. He does a wee bit of a roll there. You can see the overrun, the smoke coming out of the pipe there of Kildare. The 33 going through Stephen Walsh. Barry Davison, an absolute rocket going through there. A 2:26.2. So Barry Davison is nearly 9 seconds faster. Apologies, the screen's just messing about there. He's nearly 9 seconds faster than Andy Kildare, who was second fastest. But Nigel Moore jumps right up to second, 2:31.0 that time from Nigel Moore, but he's still 5 seconds slower than Barry Davison. So Andy Kildare still holding on. Gaggle of them coming up towards us here now. Oh, Gary Hutton. Gary Hutton's on the move. He's got past Sean Leonard now. Head up towards the hairpin. Richard Ford, first of the 250s now. Let me see, Malcolm Love, he's been demoted to 9th on the road. Second of the 250s, Richard Ford, the number 12 machine, has upped his pace. That was a 2:37.2. Barry Davison. So he reminds me of a fighter jet coming through here. Just you can't see him behind the screen. Moves just so smooth, so fast through this section of the track. And just hearing there, Sean Leonard, number 134, has unfortunately retired. Ryder okay. So Sean Leonard's retired from this one. Just looking up at the sky there, it's looking a wee bit grim, a bit dismal ahead of us. Fingers crossed it doesn't come to anything. We're having a wee look at the flags. So they're going the right direction, I think. So I think it may just miss us. It does say on my weather forecast, my weather map here, that it's not the rain from now until Sunday afternoon, so fingers crossed. We get everyone just to get it up the sky and blow the clouds away. But great, there we go, number 51. Andy Kildare, he improves again, but he stays in that third. That was a 2:33.0 for Andy. Here comes Barry. Quick through there. Poetry in motion for Barry Davison. A 2:26.2. Waddy Brown up into 4th place now. There's a 2:34.9. Bert McCrum 5th. A 2:35.4. Oh, Nigel Moore's got badly caught up with that group. That was a 2:33.3. Just over 2 seconds slower than he was. Trevor Stewart goes through then. Last lap flag. Mark Johnson. So Supersport 600 machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, that would be fantastic. So Supersport 600 machines to the holding area. Looking at the clouds, it does look like it's going to miss us. And it's looking a wee bit brighter in the distance. 105 away through there, that's Darren Duncan. So there was a big group of them away through the last time. Of course, Sean Leonard unfortunately retired, so he's had to pull off track. So this looks like it's going to be a Barry Davison show, a 226.2. He was nearly exactly a second slower on his last lap. Wee bit of traffic there to contend with, but he should have a clear road this time round. So again, the Super Sport 600 machines, please make your way to the holding area. So Malcolm Love in that second place still of the 250s. He's in ninth on the road there. So I didn't notice him going through that last time. I see Malcolm Love. It was a 238.0. 4 laps, so he did go through. Oh, Barry Davison taking the checkered flag. Slower again there from Barry Davison, a 229.5. Quite a bit slower. Andy Kildare away through. You see, that's Bert McCrum. Bert McCrum faster there from Bert, a 234.8, but he stays in that 5th place. Number 97 away through, Simon Lehan. And Malcolm Love, he stays where he is there. Still second to the 250s. That was a 240.8 compared to his best time. Not too far away, a 238.0. Mark Johnson, he's currently 7th of the 350s. He'll line up 8th on the road. So it is no split grids or anything for these machines. The 350s and the 250s, they all go together. You see Bert McCrum 4th of the 350s there, but Richard Ford, he holds on to fastest 250s, 4th on the road. Darren Duncan across the line, 105. Gary Hutton, number 20, he's 3rd of the 250s, he'll line up 13th. See 196. Trevor Stewart there, just hearing there that Andy Gilday, he did retire on that last lap, but he's making his way back to the paddock under his own steam, which is always a good sign. So there we go then, the machines have been making their way back into the paddock. So if the remainder of the Super Sport 600 machines, please make your way to the holding area. And we can get practice session number 4 underway. That'll be followed by the Classic Superbikes and the Classic Super Sport. But if the Super Sport machines can make their way to the holding area, that would be fantastic. So just hearing there that they have planned to do a recovery lap to pick a few machines up and in a couple of sessions time. So they're not doing that right now. They're going to do it in a couple of sessions. Andy Kildare making it back there to the paddock, and I think there may be another rider. There may be another rider to come round. So just hearing there the pink bib, the sweeper, is out on track. So Barry Davison making his way back round. Trevor Stewart, Bert McCrum, Simon Lehan, Waddy Brown. Waddy Brown, good shoot there from Waddy. But Barry Davison taking pole from Nigel Moore. Andy Kildare, 4th, Richard Ford. Robert McCrum, 6th, Waddy Brown, 7th is Stephen Walsh. Mark Johnson will line up in 8th. 9th is Malcolm Love. 10th, Simon Lehan. 11th, Brian Harding. 12th is Darren Duncan. 13th, but 3rd of the 250s is Gary Hutton. 14th, Terence Sanson. 15th for Sean Leonard. 16th for Gareth Arnold. And 17th for Trevor Stewart. So Super Sport machines will be heading out onto the road. And again, just that wee bit dark there in the distance. You can see the rain coming down, but fingers crossed. It looks like so far it has missed us. And once that passes, it is a lot brighter in the background, so fingers crossed. It'll just skate across. Number 34 machine, Sean Leonard. So I think we've spoke too soon where the wetness is concerned. Trevor Stewart making his way back through. So hopefully it doesn't come down hanging again. The track, it dries pretty quickly. We've seen it earlier, that huge downpour. We give it half an hour or so and it was cleared up pretty quick. It dried, obviously, but they got away with it in that session. And we were hoping to get a good dry run for the Supersport 600 machines. There is that bit of a skiff. Again, hopefully we'll get it through, but the riders will want to be changing their wheels anyway, just to get confidence, more confidence in the wet tyres, especially if it is just a wee bit damp out there. So the clock, of course, has give the riders the chance to change their wheels. But remember, it was declared a wet meeting here today, a wet day. So they're taking this opportunity for the recovery van to go out. So we'll take a quick water break and we'll be back with you very shortly.
next one was, do you know, is it up here you have to get, joined by Monster, you have to be over 18 or something, 16.
Red Bull.
Red Bull, what's Red Bull?
Yeah, I got escorted at Tesco by a security guard one day because I had no ID to get a Red Bull. She escorted me out with my arm.
I would have been putting a claim in, or punching out, or falling over.
I just went back to work and I was like, "Do you know what, fucker? I'll come back with my ID in a week." Bad, isn't it? Cool.
Which one?
Okay, folks, so the pink bib is out on track doing a sweep. And I do apologise for scudding the weather. It's true what they say about the commentator's curse, but I'm not going to say any more. Super Sport machines that were given a chance there to change their wheels. So fair play to the clerk of the course, and of course use that opportunity to recover the machines around the circuit. But the sweeper is out now, making his way through the countryside, and he'll be back with us very shortly. And then the Super Sport 600 machines will be out on track, and hopefully everyone's got their wheels changed. The wheels on these machines compared to the machines that were just out are a lot easier changed. You don't have to worry so much anymore about different spacers and swapping and changing different wheels. The majority of bikes are in and out. Of course, I'm making it sound a lot easier than what it actually is. They're not Velcro parts, but they're a lot better than what they used to be. So we've already seen a few Super Sport machines. We know Neil Kernahan, he has his R6 Yamaha, so hopefully he'll be out. He'll be out. Nettie was out. He was riding it during the newcomers laps, and he was just explaining to me last weekend how much more down in power they are compared to these new generation machines. But then, of course, you've got these R9s, the new R9 Yamahas, and they've got their problems as well. If it's not crankshafts, it's mapping. They can't get the mapping right. Of course, there's a certain loom and ECU you have to use. So, but it's just a wee bit tricky to get them set up. The Ducati seems to be well set up. It's well first now. The last couple of years in development. And then, of course, you've got Old Faithful, the GSXR 750 machines. So there's the sweeper returning. The pink bib has arrived back to the paddock, so there should be. There's no bikes on the road just at the minute. Here we go now, the machine's making their way down onto the road after a quick tyre change. And we'll keep an eye on the circuit here because I don't think it'll take too long till it dries out. It's still a wee bit of a mizzle out there. So a few of the machines, a couple of the machines out on the road. And of course you'll see the rain light at the back of the machines. So the rain light is just basically makes it that wee bit easier for the rider behind to see. And I remember the year when they brought the rain light in, that was relatively new, but there was a whole uproar and people were, oh, why do we need this and all this is nonsense. And it's just basically a lot of the riders got a rear red light from a push bike and people were giving off stink. This is another thing we need to do. And then come the northwest and it was lashing down, absolutely lashing down. And I remember, well, fair play, because the only thing that I could see in front of me is about 5 or 6 wee red lights. I'm skating across the track, and if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have been able to see any machines in front of me at all. So they do have a purpose, and they are very important. So if it is raining, if the track's wet, make sure you do have that rain light on. So that's the machines out on the circuit now. From what I seen, I don't know, but looking up there, there wasn't an awful amount of machines out on the track. I just heard, I think, Lee Hara going out for a lap as well. So he's more likely going to be pulling in after this lap. So Super Sport lap record then. Seamus Elliott on the Yamaha. That was the R6. 157.6 for Seamus. 108.1 mile an hour lap. That was back in 2013 again. Just looking at the Super Twins there as well. Jamie Hamilton holding the Super Twin lap record, a 203.7. That was 102.7 mile an hour lap in 2013. So just a few more machines heading out onto the track. A few latecomers there. So that's all the Super Sport machines are now out of the paddock. So can we have the Classic Superbike and the Classic Super Sport machines to the holding area, please? That's Classic Superbikes and Classic Super Sport to the holding area as soon as you can. We want to try and keep things running here. Still quite a bit to go. So the Classic Superbikes and Classic Super Sport, the 5th session. Here we go then. First machine in the side, it's Neil Kernahan. Great to see him out on his R6. Kevin Keys, Sean Brawley across the line. Paul Cranston. So Paul Cranston on the ZX6 machine. Ryan Whitehall, so he's out on his R6. Michael Dunlop on the Ducati. Wee bit of movement there from the front end of that Ducati. Just as he rolls off, there's a patch of tarmac there on the left-hand side of the track. And that's just when he rolled off the throttle and upset the bike that wee bit. Lee Hara. So Lee Hara pulling back in on the Parker Transport racing machine. The 300 Super Sport 300 machine. So Neil Kernahan again, will be expecting him to push, but Kevin Keys, he's had a good season so far. Obviously he got his win at Kells, and that's really helped his confidence. Neil Kernahan, he hasn't had an awful lot of track time on that R6. He was telling me he's got pretty sure he said it was a KTM or something he had there, real trick piece of kit. Oh, Andy Hornby then. Andy Hornby on the Paddy McColgan Ducati, number 88 machine. He's just finding his way. It'd be interesting to know what tyres they've opted for in this one. I know for a confidence point of view, it's more than likely going to be wet. Paul Falloon there on the R6. Here's Kernan then. Nice and smooth through there. Just nearly touching the bales there on the left-hand side. Sean Brawley. Kevin Keys away through. Michael Dunlop. Michael Dunlop a 2:13.5. Whoa. Again, just shoulder brushing them bales on the left-hand side there. The reckless cells getting a wee bit of a touch there from Michael Dunlop. But Dunlop fastest at the minute from Kernahan, from Sean Brawley. Here comes Dennis Booth. So it's Michael Dunlop, Neil Kernahan, Sean Brawley in third, Paul Cronson in fourth, Kevin Keys in fifth. Sixth is Ryan Whitehall, Dennis Booth in seventh. What a run there, Paul Cronson. Waiting for Andy Hornby then as he settles that big Ducati down. He should be coming towards us here any second now, between the trees, between the hedgerows here. So again, that Super Sport lap record, I don't think it's going to be touched. Not today anyway. A 1:57.6, a 2:13.5 there that time for Michael Dunlop. So another call for the Classic Superbikes and Classic Super Sport machines to the holding area. Classic Superbikes and Classic Super Sport to the holding area. Of course, Ryan Whitehall, he's out on the Classic Super Sport machine. So he'll just be stopping basically at the top of the road. And he'll have an advantage too because he'll be straight out on that machine that he's on in the minute. Andy Hornby went through there. He slots into seventh. You can just hear the Ducati thundering in the background. But here comes Neil Kernahan. Faster again there for Neil. 2:16.2. Oh, a bit of traffic now. Kevin Keys then, Sean Brawley, Paul Cranston. Just getting past Paul Falloon there. So Cranston's up another one. Oh, Michael Dunlop. Slightly slower that time, and he's got a lot of traffic ahead of him here. So he's got a wee bit of work to get through. So this lap of Dunlop's is going to be even slower again. That was a 2:17.1, so he's missing out on his chance to up the game. But of course he is on pole at the minute. 2:13.5. Neil Kernahan a 2:16.2. Sean Brawley a 2:17.8. And Paul Cranston 2:17.8. Dennis Booth away through. He betters his time, but he stays there in 8th place at the minute. The number 26 machine is 2:27.8 that time round. Andy Hornby just ahead of him at 2:25.5. The number 93 machine, Paul Cranston, still in that 4th. 2:17.8. So they'll be making their way back up towards us here. So quite a technical wee circuit this, especially between Gilmore's and Corby. Really lovely, fast flowing section. Through elders, underneath them trees. And here comes Andy Hornby then. Across the line, faster again there for Andy. That was a 2:24.5. So the last lap flag is out. If we can have the Classic Superbikes and Classic Super Sport machines to the holding area. Here comes Kernahan. Front end just lifting there. See, faster again. Neil Kernahan goes fastest. So Dunlop's going to miss out in this pole, is he? If he's able to get ahead of the traffic. But Neil Kernahan at 2:13.3 that time round. Michael Dunlop's best is a 2:13.5. But again, got caught in the traffic there. What can he do this time? That was a 2:21.6. Again, traffic ahead of Michael Dunlop here. So unless he can get past them pretty quickly and he doesn't get caught up, there's a good chance he can get caught in and around Alexander's jump there and Fenton's corner. Two really fast sections here on this track, and if he catches them slower riders in and around that section, then he has no chance of this, and Neil Kernahan could claim this pole position. Dennis Booth across the line. Dennis Booth slightly quicker again, a 2:26.8. The only rider that was slower on that lap was Michael Dunlop. Sean Brawley then holding on to that third place, a 2:14.3 that time. Paul Cronson fourth, a 2:15.2. Another call please for the Classic Superbikes and Classic Supersport machines, please, to the holding area. That's Classic Superbikes and Classic Supersport machines to the holding area, please. The checker flag will be going out very soon. What a lap there for Neil Kernahan. I think he took like 5 seconds off on that one lap. He's got himself comfortable. He got plenty of heat into them tyres, and he's used the most of it, but we're waiting for that R6 then. Holds on to that second place. Paul Cronson goes third. Here's Dunlop nearly hitting the bank on the left-hand side. Michael Dunlop goes quickest at 2:07.7. Wow, he was really pushing down past us here. But Dunlop on pole from Neil Kernahan in second. Neil Kernahan at 2:11.7. Kevin Keys in third with a 2:13.2. Paul Cronson, how about that, in fourth place, a 2:13.4. Only 0.2 of a second slower than Kevin Keys. Sean Brawley in fifth, a 2:14.3. What a ride there from Michael Dunlop. Just kissing the bank on the left-hand side. The bike just a wee bit unstable there, the top half, but that's what happens when you're pushing a machine to its absolute limits. So Sean Brawley in fifth, a 2:14.3. Ryan Whitehall across the line. He'll line up in sixth, a 2:17.8. We just need to wait. That was Dennis Booth away through, and Paul Falloon, so eighth for Dennis Booth, a 2:26.8. Paul Cronson ninth with a 2:39.8. We're just waiting on Andy Hornby now on that Ducati. So the machines are on their cool down lap. Can Andy Hornby better that seventh place? He's been quicker each lap. His last lap was a 2:22.9. So again, last call for Classic Superbikes and Classic Supersport machines to the holding area. As we'll wait and we'll listen. Remember, this is only the second time Andy Hornby's been on this machine. So here he comes then. The number 88 machine. Across the line, he stays where he is in seventh. That was a 2:20.1, so another 2 seconds off his time from his previous lap. But Andy Hornby goes seventh. What a qualifying session that was. Michael Dunlop on pole from Neil Kernahan in second. Third, Kevin Keys. Paul Cronson fourth. Fifth for Sean Brawley. Sixth for Ryan Whitehall. Seventh for Andy Hornby. Eighth for Dennis Booth. And Paul Falloon lines up in ninth. So again, next up is the Classic Superbike and Classic Supersport. Again, that track just drying up there ever so slightly. There's Ryan Whitehall again. He's on the He's out on the same machine once again. So he's been led up to the top half of the track. And again, he was straight out there too, so he'll have that advantage. And he knows the feel of the bike. He knows what the track conditions are like. Unless he has to change tyres, just looking at the camera there that we have up there, it looks like he's just chatting to the marshal, so I think may be okay with the tyres that he has on. But of course, I think he'll be happy enough with it. Paul Falloon going through. Dennis Booth. Dennis Booth away on the ZX6 machine. So you can see the rider's eyes as they squint, coming back up this hill. You have to remember too that the sun just starting to get that wee bit low. But of course they don't have the same issue. The likes of the northwest, you're going through underneath the tunnel railway bridge. It's dark right up through there, up over Black Hill, and then all of a sudden you're blinded. So that's at least up through here. You're already in the sunlight, so your eyes get a chance to adjust. It can still be very tricky through here. So classic superbikes and classic supersport machines will be coming down onto the road as the sweeper is making his way back round. We'll have a wee water break and we're back with you in a wee second. The first of the machines. And no surprise in there, Ryan Whitehall. He was first on the road. So that's Super Sport. Classic Super Sport machine. Getting his legs stretched. Graham McAleese across the line. Graham McAleese on the McKillop racing machine. Christian Dunlop as well. He has already been out in that machine. That's Leah Osprey on the Tyson Mullen racing machine. Corn Smith on the YZF Yamaha, the 750. And Liam Crotty away through on the Kawasaki. The number 51 machine just in behind Corn Smith. Andy Hornby. Oh, lovely sounding bike that. Sound amazing that going down through the town here and back into the countryside. But again, don't forget, whatever anyone does here during the race in this classic superbike and super sport, it will be put down as a lap record. Always good to have on your CV. So they've had a good look at the track and they've had a good look at where all the damp patches are. So they'll start to push this next lap. So the junior support machines, can you please make your way to the holding area? That's the junior support machines to the holding area as quickly as you can. So we'll be keeping a close eye on Andy Hornby. Graham McAleese looked sharp through there, straight out of the blocks as well. But Ryan Whitehall with a good clear road ahead of him. And straight, he'll be 10 laps in by the end of this qualifying session on that 600. Here he comes then. Through that right and left, just rolling the throttle. So long, he's on the throttle for so long up through there before the hairpin. Here's McAleese. Oh, that thing sounds lovely coming through here. That McKillop machine well set up. Christian Diddlow away through a 227.2 there for Diddlow. We'll go through the times in a wee minute, but there's Lee Osprey. Corn Smith, number 13, rider away through, sporting the newcomer bib. Of course, Corn, he has ridden round here before, many moons ago. Andy Hornby. Lovely sounding machine. We'll get a good listen to that the next time round, but Ryan Whitehall fastest at the minute at 2:15.6. Graham McAleese at 2:20.2, Andy Hornby in third at 2:21.0, Leah Osprey fourth at the minute at 2:25.1, second to the Super Sport machines, Christian Diddlow fifth with a 2:27.2, Corn Smith in sixth with a 2:27.6, seventh is Liam Crotty at 2:39.1. So another call please for the junior support to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's the junior support machines to the holding area as quickly as you can, please. Only a handful of machines there at the minute. We want to keep things moving here. It's getting late on the day. So Ryan Whitehall with that 2:15.6. He's 4.5 seconds quicker than Graham McAleese. And he'll be round with us very soon again. That R6 Yamaha. Here we go then, here he is. So late, he's just down a gear there just so he can keep the momentum on the way out of this right-left chicane section. Slower that time from Whitehall, that was a 2:15.9. Still very consistent. Oh, Graham McAleese away through there. Christian Diddlow. Just flipping down the throttle there, down the gear. Oh, the overrun on that R6 Yamaha. Lee Osprey. And Corn Smith coming through there. Here comes Andy Hornby. Listen to this machine. Lovely bike, and of course that'll be heading back over to the Isle of Man soon. I was talking to Phil Crow on that classic Suzuki 750 that he was on, and he says they're still quick, but they're a wee bit long in the tooth now. We've got all these new machines coming through, and the fresher, the likes of the Kawasaki's, and the likes of these Yamahas, the better brakes, and I think Phil Crow was just saying about how it was nearly becoming an ornament now. It would be unfortunate to see, but he was still able to clinch a podium. But Ryan Whitehall, that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to win this weekend. Of course, Ryan Whitehall, again, still 1.7 seconds quicker than Graham McAleese in that second place. But Graham's the first of the superbikes. Ryan, he's on a 600 machine, don't forget. Andy Hornby, he's up into third place now, a 2:18.1, so getting quicker each lap. There's Whitehall, faster again for Whitehall, a 2:14.6 as he crosses line. That's the last lap flag now. So the junior support machines, can you please make your way to the holding area? Last lap flag has been flown. Here comes McAleese. Oh, he's so fast through here on that machine. Let us see. McAleese faster again, a 2:17.0. But Ryan Whitehall, he's just getting away from him ever so slightly. It's up to 2.3 seconds now. So he's 2.3 seconds a lap quicker than Graham McAleese. He's really got himself comfortable with that machine. Here comes Diddlow and Osprey. Lee Osprey just getting held back a wee bit there. He had to roll off a bit earlier. Lee Osprey just a wee bit slower that time. Oh, Andy Hornby now has caught up to the back end of Corn Smith. So Andy Hornby again slightly slower, 2:22.9 from Hornby compared to 2:18.1. So he might have missed his chance here with this one, unless he can pull something really special out of the bag. If he can get past Corn Smith. But this looks like Ryan Whitehall. He's well and truly settled himself here. Liam Crotty away through. Crotty faster again there at 2:37.3, but he stays in that 7th place. Remember, that's a classic super sport machine. So he's third of the super sport machines at the minute. Corn Smith just ahead of him in 6th place. That's a 2:26.1 for Corn. That last lap for Smith was a 2:29.6, so something drastic has happened there on that last lap. Here comes Whitehall then. Across the line. We'll wait for Graham McAleese. We'll listen to this machine as he goes through. He was really trucking through here. You hear that bike just on the overrun. Here he comes then. Yes, Rad Power through Mid Antrim. But Ryan Whitehall faster again on that last lap, a 2:13.6. Graham McAleese. Let's see, Graham McAleese, a 2:15.6. Andy Hornby in 3rd at the minute. Has he been able to get past Corn Smith quick enough? Here he comes then. That's Lee Osprey. Lee Osprey across the line. Let's see, 4th at the minute. Andy Hornby just cruising across the line there. He knows he didn't have a chance of that. That was a 2:19.7. And that's Corn Smith. So Ryan Whitehall on pole then, a 2:13.6. Graham McAleese in second with a 2:15.6. Andy Hornby third, a 2:18.1. Lee Osprey fourth with a 2:22.5. Christian Didlow in fifth, a 2:25.0. Corn Smith in sixth with a 2:26.1. Wait for Liam Crotty then, but the junior support machines, they should be in the holding area, ready to go on this cool down lap. It'll not take them long getting back round again. And they were back in the paddock, used to be out onto the road any minute now. So again, we'll just take a wee bit of a comfort break. And that is Liam Crotty across the line. Slightly slower that time, that's a 2:38 compared to his best, a 2:37.3. But he lines up in 7th place. Okay, so the junior support machines out on track for their qualifying session. This is session number 6 in your programs. Next up is the Open. The super bikes, if used to make your way to the holding area. So next up then is the Open super bikes, if used to make your way to the holding area. Just here and there, due to spectators not listening to the marshals, this session has been red flagged. So please, all spectators, please listen to the marshals and do as you're told, and please get back into your positions in the non-prohibited areas. You're only holding up the races. So this session has been red flagged, and we can't continue until you obey the marshals. So this session has been red flagged. Unfortunately, we'll keep a wee ear out in the radio and we'll let you all know.
This session has been red flagged. Unfortunately, we'll keep a wee ear out in the radio and we'll let you all know.
biggest rain clouds you've ever seen. Look right across over there. Yeah, it was really bad. Like at the through. You think like, oh, are they gonna just let them run again from there? Maybe it's not where they can. Instead of it in the back end. You think it's going back in? What do I do? Whoever Father's Head, what a TV show that was. The guy that wrote it got
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're still dealing with this non-racing incident around the circuit, so please bear with us. And again, if I hear anything on the radio, any updates at all, I'll let you know. But for the meantime, we are as we were. The machines are down here just below us, the start and finish line. Big wave for Graham. So again, once we hear anything, we'll be straight back with you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have that incident sorted. So the machine's heading back out again. So the riders making their way up, back up towards the hairpin. I didn't quite see what they all had on tire choice wise, but it looked there's a couple of intermediates there, maybe mainly seeing wets there, which won't take an awful lot of time to warm up, but any of the riders with cut slicks or slicks on, they will have to give it a lap just to make sure there's plenty of heat in them tires. But the wet tires, they do warm up very quickly, especially when it's dry, which it is here by the looks of it. And I'm sure there's going to be still a few of them damp patches underneath the trees. So out on track, we keep a close eye on Michael Clyde and Graham Smallwoods. Ross Moore, of course, he's had a good day so far. Sean Leonard's out on track as well, along with Dallas Reynolds, Dave Walsh, Andy Kildare, Owen Everard, Ocean Walsh, James Rothery and Liam Crotty. So this session, again, they're getting 5 laps in this qualifying session. So if the Superbikes, the open class, want to make their way to the holding area, that's session number 7 in the programmes. So the Superbikes to the holding area, please. So here we go then. First of the machines coming through. It's Graham Smallwoods and Michael Clyde, followed by Ross Moore and Dallas Reynolds, and got himself into a good position there. Number 51 machine away through the JPS colours, followed by Owen Everard. So they start their first of their qualifying laps. So that's all the machines through again. Mixture of 400s, mainly 650 machines. Whatever on that R7 machine. And Bridget Lebert on the 400 away through there. Again, Bridget getting plenty of track time. Obviously, she's riding that CBR 600 of Darrell Tweed. And now she's on the 400. So we'll keep a close eye on Bridget LeBerg. It'll be completely different than what she's used to. But any track time's good track time. So again, just a reminder for the junior support lap record. Conor Bain in 2013, a 206.2, 100 mile an hour, 100.7 mile an hour lap. But again, Graham Smallwoods and Here they come again. That's Michael Clyde. Michael Clyde on a charge. A 2:16.7 for Clyde. Graham Smallwoods. And Ross Moore, he's still pushing on right in behind Smallwoods. Owen Everard. R7 machine away through the number 74. So again, another call, please, for the Superbike machines, the open class to the holding area. That's the open class to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. JPS, Kawasaki there away through. JPS colours, I didn't actually get to see what was on the side lap machine. So at the minute it is, we're waiting on James Rothery coming through maybe. But at the minute it's Michael Clyde fastest with a 2:16.7. Owen Everard in second with a 2:19.4. Ross Moore third, a 2:22.0. But again, they're getting that confidence back. Just they're trying to get heat into the tyres. But Michael Clyde, the confidence is hanging out of him at the minute. There's a 93-mile-an-hour lap there straight out of the blocks. Again, it was looking like Ross Moore and Graham Smallwoods was going to be able to hold on to the back of him throughout, but Michael Clyde, he's on a mission this year. He's really, really pushing this season. And that Aprilia seems to suit him right down to the ground. Here he comes. Oh, Bridget LeBert. Seems to get used to this 400. Again, it might do well for her. Here's Michael Clyde. So Michael Clyde just missing a gear there up through as he comes up past us. Graham Smallwoods. So Ross Moore still tucked in behind Smallwoods. Not a bad man to follow at all. Dallas Reynolds, that's Owen Everard away through. Owen Everard slightly slower that time. It looks like he's got past Dallas Reynolds. So a 2:23.4 for Reynolds. Andy Kildare up into 7th now. That was a 2:26.9 for Andy Kildare. And he was far quicker through there that time. Just here and there, number 74. Owen Everard has retired from that one. So Owen Everard retired. Ryder okay. Michael Clyde of 2:14.9 that time round. Again, unfortunately, Owen, he's not going to be able to complete this qualifying session, but at the minute, he is in that second place. Ross Moore, last lap was quicker, as well as Graham Smallwoods, but Ross Moore a 2:20.7 on the last lap. Graham Smallwoods a 2:21.0. And he's chipping away at them times too. Again, he hasn't been on that machine too much this season. It's a relatively new machine for him. But he's getting the swing of it all right. And just another call, please, for the Superbike machines, the open class to the holding area. So the open class to the holding area, please, as soon as you can. That's session 7 in your programs. Michael Clyde then, last lap flag is out. Slower that time. He did miss a gear coming up through the hill there, so that might have slowed him up ever so slightly, but that was a 2:17.7 compared to his best at 2:14.9. Graham Smallwoods away through. Graham Smallwoods Again, slightly slower there from Smallwoods. Ross Moore, 2:25.3. He's 5 seconds slower than his best lap. Dallas Reynolds away through. Dave Walsh, big distinctive number 7 there on the Kramer. And Bridget LeBear away through. For Bridget, that was a 3-minute 11.5. So Michael Clyde was maybe being polite there, trying to get past Bridget LeBear. He's lapping nearly a minute a lap quicker. That was a 56.6 seconds quicker. Wasn't going by long before they caught up with her. Ocean Walsh up another space there, up in the 9th for Ocean, 2:30.7. So the checkered flag will be flown here pretty soon. Michael Clyde a 2:14.9. His last lap a 2:17.7. We'll see what it is. He should have a clear road now, and he'll be pushing on this last lap. We're expecting another quicker lap here from Michael Clyde. Depending on what tyres he has, the tyres could be starting to drop off these machines as the track is pretty well dried now. These wet tyres, they heat up really, really quickly. What happened? They start to mulch up a wee bit. So here we go then. Checkered flag for Clyde. Faster again there from Michael Clyde at 2:13.7. We were expecting that one. Now what can Graham Smallwoods do? Ross Moore, I'm guessing the red mist has fell down there on Ross Moore on that last lap. And he's going to be quicker again. We'll see as across the line. Here comes Smallwoods. Ross Moore's caught back up with him. Ross Moore goes second fastest at 2:15.3 for Moore. Only 1.5 seconds slower than Michael Clyde, but Graham Smallwoods at 1:18.2. He's third. Unfortunately, Owen Everard retired there. We'll have to see what Dave Walsh can do on this lap. He's currently in 5th. His last lap was at 2:28.0. His best at 2:25.3. So he's going to crank open the Kramer. 5th place there for Dave Walsh as he crosses line. That was a 2:25.2. That was his best lap on the last lap. Dallas Reynolds likewise a 2:25.7. And he slips into 7th place at the minute. Andy Kildare across the line. 6th so far. So another call for the open class to the holding area, please. That's the checkered flag. So the open class to the holding area as quickly as possible, please. Number 50 away through Liam Crotty. Bridget LeBear, so it's Michael Clyde on pole with a 2:13.7. Ross Moore in second, a 2:15.3. Graham Smallwoods in third, a 2:18.2. Owen Everard had to settle for 4th. Hopefully he can get that machine sorted for the race tomorrow. 2:19.4. Dave Walsh in 5th, a 2:25.2. Andy Kildare in 6th, a 2:25.3. Dallas Reynolds in 7th, a 2:25.7. Let's see, Liam Crotty then will line up in 8th, a 2:28.4. Ocean Walsh in 9th, a 2:30.5. 10th is Sean Leonard, a 2:31.6. James Rothery then, he'll line up in 11th, a 2:41.4. As he just crosses the line there now. And Bridget LeBear 12th with a 3-minute 03.5. So 3:03.5 for Bridget. But a great one. We looked at Michael earlier on. Clyde, he was really pushing even during the free practice session earlier on. It was very wet indeed, but it didn't look like it when he was coming up through here. So Michael Clyde. Big wave there to the spectators. Great lap time there for the newcomer, 2:13.7. Smallwoods there. And that Aprilia of Ross Moore up into second on that last lap. I knew straight away, I said to myself on that previous lap when he got held up, the red mist has came down and Ross Moore's going to put in an absolute clinker here. Dave Walsh, 2 laps, Dave. You done more than 2 laps. Oh, he's 5th there. Great start there for Dave. So Superbikes up next, folks. The open class, the big one. Out for their qualifying session. Again, this is session number 7 in your programs. That'll be followed by the senior and unlimited classic machines. But the open, the grand final qualifying session, session number 7 in your programs up next. So the Superbikes are being let out onto the road now, and they'll be soon starting their qualifying session. So again, a few riders opting for the to stay with the Supersport machines. So Superbikes out on the road now for their session, and they're away. So the Superbikes making their way around for this qualifying session. So just a reminder, that lap record again, we'll be looking at it a wee bit closer. So Superbike lap record, Derek Shields a 1:54.5. 111 mile an hour lap back in 2013. To make their way around, I've suspicion that Michael Dunlop will be riding the Ducati, the Supersport machine, and a few superbikes out there, going by what the morning warm-up was like. So the next machines out then is the Senior and Unlimited Classics, if you want to make your way to the holding area. That's the Senior and Unlimited Classic machines to the holding area.
The next machines out there is the Senior and Unlimited Classics. If you want to make your way to the holding area. That's the Senior and Unlimited Classic machines to the holding area.
So here they come then. First of the machines is Neil Kernahan. Again, just brushing that lay on the left hand side. Barry Ferber on the Aprilia. Followed by Kevin Keyes, Darrell Anderson, Paul Cronson. Richard McLaughlin way through there. Sean Brawley just ahead of him. So Neil Kernahan opting for the BMW. Corin Smith again just trying to tame that Suzuki. So Corin Smith, that's the RAF Reserve Suzuki machine. Michael Dunlop. So Michael, again brushing that reckless on the left hand side. Dunlop on the BMW, the super stock machine. And he is well and truly lit through here, as they say. But Neil Kernahan as well, he's on the BMW, the superbike. Quite a few superbikes out there, which is great to see. This is a very fast circuit indeed, the Supersport. The 600 machines would struggle around here against these bikes. So Ryan Whitehall again on the Suzuki, closely followed by Joe Loughlin. Again, during the warm-up, Joe looked very sharp on that McKnight Racing BMW machine. So I think interesting. I think Nigel Moore may be running their Super Twin this weekend, but we'll know in a couple of sessions' time. But at the minute, we're asking for the Senior and the Unlimited Classic machines. That will be followed by the McKinstry Motorcycle Transport Super Twins. Here we go then. Neil Kernahan and Ryan Whitehall are together on track. Ryan Whitehall posting the fastest lap so far. But I've got a snaky substitution. Can hardly speak. Michael Dunlop's going to break that one. Kevin Keyes away through. Barry Ferber, Darrell Anderson and Paul Cronson as they were. Sean Brawley on the Ducati up into 5th at the minute. Joe Loughlin. So we'll look into the distance then. So Corin Smith, Paul Falloon and Lee Hara. Here comes Corin. Oh, Michael Dunlop around the outside of Falloon with the leg out. Back up through underneath the trees, heading for the hairpin. Dunlop makes short work of Corn Smith there as well. So Dunlop fastest at the minute, a 2:03.8. Ryan Whitehall in second, a 2:05.1. Joe Loughlin third. So Joe Loughlin with a 2:06.0. Neil Kernahan fourth, a 2:08.2. Kevin Keys in fifth, a 2:08.7. Sean Brawley sixth, a 2:11.8. So again, another call for the senior and unlimited classic machines to the holding area for your next session. Barry Ferber slots in there 7th place so far. Darrell Anderson 8th, 9th. Paul Cronson. Richard McLaughlin in 10th, 11th for Corn Smith. Paul Falloon in 12th and 13th. Or Lee Harrow, sorry, he retired to the paddock, I think, on that last lap in his R6 Yamaha. But at the minute, the number 6 machine tops the timing screens here. Here they come. Oh, Ryan Whitehall round the outside of Neil Kernahan. It's Joe Loughlin's turn. Joe Loughlin trying to get through the trees. Then Joe over to the left-hand side. A wee puff of dust there, which is great to see, because it means it's bone dry round here, round the clock circuit, the Mid Antrim 150. Kevin Keys, the slower that time from Kevin Keys. He goes through. That was a 2:09.8 compared to his 2:08.7. Sean Brawley way through the number 99 machine. Richard Loughlin, a wee bit lonely there from Richard, but he's up in that 3rd place. Faster again there for Michael Dunlop, a 2:03.0. Just over 2 seconds quicker than Ryan Whitehall. Joe Loughlin took a 3rd place there so far for Joe Loughlin, a 2:05.7. Neil Kernahan demoted to 4th, a 2:07.0. But Neil Kernahan, if Joe Loughlin was able to get past there, this is going to be a good lap for Neil Kernahan as well. He's going to get tucked in behind these pair, and he's going to chase them down. Knowing Kernahan, he's not going to let them go. Kevin Keys, wonder what happened, could have very easily ran wide somewhere at one of the road ends. Kevin Keys, a 2:09.8. Last lap flag out then. So if the remainder of the classic machines please make their way to the holding area. And then that will be followed by the Super Twins, session 9 in your programs. And then the parade laps for session 10. So we'll try and get everything thrown in here, including the kitchen sink, before the sun gets too low. So last lap flag. Michael Dunlop, I didn't notice. Oh, that's Ryan Whitehall. Ryan Whitehall miles ahead now. What lap was that? Oh, Ryan Whitehall, a 2:03.5. Only half a second slower than Michael Dunlop. Ryan Whitehall is on a charge on that Suzuki. Kevin Keys goes through. Slightly faster there for Keys. A 2:07.1. Barry Ferber, where does he slot in? Barry Ferber up into 6th place in the Scott Racing Machine. A 2:09.2. Neil Kernahan slower again there for Neil Kernahan. That was a 2:10.0. Having issues, Michael Dunlop away through. That time it was a 2:06.2, but he had traffic there. He had to get past Richard Loughlin, but he's slightly slower there. But Ryan Whitehall, he's got a clear road ahead of him. Can he better that time? Can he better that time at Dunlop? Dunlop has more traffic to contend with here. So the checkered flag will be going out very shortly for Ryan Whitehall. So this can be interesting across the line. What a feat that would be for young Whitehall. Out qualifying Michael Dunlop, one of the greatest. Across the line, Corn Smith and Falloon still right with him there on that R6. Corn currently in 11th with a 2:22.9. Paul Falloon 12th, a 2:23.5. Both of them slightly slower that time. In fact, Corn Smith, that was actually a 2:26.7. Smith, let me see. It's just over 4 seconds slower on that lap, whatever happened, Smith. But we wait as the checkered flag is being shown. Here comes Whitehall then. Can he better it? Cross the line. He does! Ryan Whitehall, a 2:01.4. Pole position for Ryan Whitehall. We have to wait for Michael Dunlop. Joe Loughlin away through there. Wow, that was a massive chunk out of his time. Michael Dunlop had a couple of riders ahead of him. If he was able to get through pretty quickly, if he was able to get past them before Alexander's jump, he might be in with a chance of this one. Oh, front end there, squirreling about for Barry Ferber. Kevin Keyes already away through. That's Darrell Anderson. We wait for Michael Dunlop. Absolutely sideways. Oh, Michael Dunlop gets it. Michael Dunlop. That was a 1:59.7 from Dunlop. Wow. I feel a bit sorry for Ryan Whitehall because that was a clinker of a lap he pulled out there. But Michael Dunlop on pole with a 1:59.7. Ryan Whitehall in second with a 2:01.4. Joe Loughlin in third, a 2:05.1. Barry Ferber in fourth, a 2:06.4. Then we have Neil Kernahan in fifth, a 2:07.0. Kevin Keyes sixth with a 2:07.1. Darrell Anderson will line up in seventh, a 2:10.1. Then we have Sean Brawley in eighth, a 2:10.4. Ninth will line up Paul Cranston with a 2:10.9. Richard McLaughlin in 10th with a 2:14.5. And this should be Corn Smith. It is indeed just ahead of Paul Falloon. So Corn Smith will line up in 11th, a 2:22.9. Paul Falloon in 12th with a 2:23.5. What, once again, what a last lap there for Michael Dunlop. I'm just looking at the Superbike. That's with the loop in, of course, the 1:54.5. But what a last lap there for Michael Dunlop. Once again to secure that pole position in the Superbike race. A 1:59.7 for Dunlop. That's a 106.2 mile an hour lap. So the machine's heading back round towards us then. Next up is the Classic Machines. So it's the senior and unlimited Classic Machines to the holding area as quickly as possible. That's session number 8 in your programs. Whitehall going through there. Young Joe. Outstanding result there for young Whitehall. He should be proud of that. Just getting pipped on the line. Paul Cranston way through. Neil Kernahan on that gorgeous looking BMW. So Classic Machines up next then. Take a wee water break. They'll be out on track any minute.
Fair play, Ryan, early. I know, I said that, I was a bit disappointed that he didn't. Hello. Yeah, yeah.
So that's the classic machines out on the track. So again, these classic machines up to 1000cc. And there is indeed lovely rainbow in the background. So the photographers will be praying for that to still be there when the bikes come around, no doubt. So the classic, the 500cc Bob Jackson on the Norton. 2:15.8 is the lap record. Alex Donaldson, the BSA 750, a 2:13.6, of course, on slightly different layout. Still great to see them names on the leaderboard. Trying to sort paperwork. Ah. You'll not sleep tonight. Thinking about it. So in the senior classics, we'll be expecting Gary Hutton, Barry Davison. Just watch Barry Davison through here. He's so quick in the junior earlier on. Andrew McCrum, one of the newcomers. Along with Sean Henry, Anthony Ambler, Phil Lunny, Gareth Arnold, and Terence Sanson. Another newcomer. Richard Ford then for the unlimited class. Liam Crotty, the newcomer out. Brian Loughlin, I think he's right. He is indeed. He was riding that BMW at 750. The Boxer engine. Very interesting machine indeed. Just a call for the Super Twins to the holding area, please. Andy Hornby on that tramp away through. So Super Twins, if you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. There's Barry Davis on the way through. Andy Kildare, Anthony Ambler. So we're expecting Trevor Stewart, Andy Hornby, Andy Kildare, and Robert McCrum all in the ultimate class. And that's Brian Loughlin away through. Richard Ford, Gareth Arnold, and that's Gary Hutton, one of the last machines out. Just dropping down the gears into the hairpin, depending on the gear ratios used. A lot of riders change the gears, but I'd say that's a first gear corner there. Waddy Brown away through, Phil Lunny. Just struggling with the gearbox and that thing, struggling to get it into gear. And he's straight back down the box again. So again, another call for the Super Twins to the holding area, please. That's the Super Twins to the holding area for, let's see, it is indeed the last qualifying session of this evening, and then we will have the parade laps. I haven't heard any different, but we've heard going by programme, so the parade laps will be up after. And we'll get to see the sidecars out around this Clough circuit. We'll just listen to this triumph of Andy Hornby, absolutely singing round here. And you can still smell the unburnt fuel and the oil lingering in the air from these classic machines. Listen to that triumph echoing through the trees, bellowing down towards us. Listen to this thing coming through. Just a wee comfort roll there for Andy Hornby up through this right left-hander. There's Barry. Barry Davison, closely followed by Andy Kildare. So Andy Kildare fastest so far. That's a 2:23.5. Andy Hornby in second, a 2:23.8. And Barry Davison in third, but first of the 500cc machines. 2:24.5. Anthony Ambler away through there. Of course, that can all change as the riders continue to circulate here. Oh, gaggle them coming down the hill. Tucked in behind Brian Loughlin. The number 29 machine away through. Brian Loughlin, he's currently in 10th. So Gary Hutton, 9th at the minute there for Hutton. Waddy Brown away through. Phil Lunny, number 68, way through there. Just wait, no sign of Richard Ford on this one. Just here and there from the Clough course. So the parade laps after the Super Twins. So the Super Twins session is going out next. If you want to make your way to the holding area, there will then be the parade laps. So the parade laps will be up next, but it's only the sidecar machines. So the tribute laps for the solos will not go ahead tonight. It is only the sidecars. Barry Davison goes through there again. And also the two races, I'm sure most of you had a wee bit of an inkling, but the two races that were to be run tonight will be run tomorrow. So unfortunately there'll be no racing tonight. So after the sidecars, that will be it. And again, no solos, no solo tribute laps, only the sidecars. So at the minute, Andy Hornby, fastest. It's number 59 away through there. That's Anthony Ambler. I thought that was maybe Richard Ford, so no sign of Richard Ford on that lap. But Andy Hornby, as fastest as Gareth Arnold goes through. Andy Kildare, second fastest, third for Barry Davison, but he's first of the 500s. Second of the 500s is that man just away through. He's in fourth at the minute. That's Gareth Arnold. Bert McCrum. Bert McCrum, he slots into, well, he was in 8th, but Gary Hutton has just got the better of him. So Gary Hutton up into 8th place now. .221.7 for Hornby. Andy Kildare, 221.9. See Waddy Brown, he's up into 5th place overall, but 3rd of the 500s, 4th of the 500s, and 6th overall is Anthony Ambler. 3rd of the unlimited class is Liam Crotty. He's in 7th there at the minute. Gary Hutton then will at the minute line up at 8th. 9th for Robert McCrum. So on that lap, everyone was quicker apart from Andrew McCrum and Brian Loughlin. Someone retiring. Oh, Andy Hornby had to swing around the number 23 machine. Liam Crotty unfortunately retired out of this one. Oh, Barry Davison. Let's see, Barry Davison and Andy Kildare still together on track. Kildare not able to get past him, but he does move over to the left-hand side. He thinks better of it. You've been brave to try and beat Barry Davison on the brakes into the hairpin. That last time, Andy Hornby, 2:21.2. Andy Kildare still in second. Faster again on that lap at 2:21.5. Barry Davison at 2:21.7. So Andy Kildare still has the legs over Barry Davison. But again, he's just staying with him there. He doesn't seem to be wanting to pass. So there's a rider there. Just pulling into the paddock. I think that was Crotty. That was Liam Crotty just pulling into the paddock there after that retirement. So last lap out now. So the Super Twins are up next. If you want to make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. That was Bert McCrum away through there. Up into 5th place now for Bert. 3rd of the unlimited class at 2:30.2 as he crosses the line. Andrew McCrum, that's more like it from McCrum. The son of Bert McCrum, he's up into 8th place now at 2:38.8. Brian Loughlin away through on the BMW. With that boxer engine there. So the BMW flat out through this section. Andy Hornby will soon be with us again. So the checker flag will be ready very shortly. And we'll get a rundown of who's where. Here we go then. Andy Hornby, number 42 across the line. Faster again for Andy Hornby. A 2:19.0. He blips down the throttle. Barry Davison across the line along with Andy Kildare. Andy Kildare still holding him off. So Andy Kildare will line up in 2nd place. Barry Davison 3rd. Wait for Gareth Arnold. He's 2nd to the 500 machines, just in behind Barry Davison. So good run there. Gareth Arnold was out on his own the last time I seen him on the track. So it's Bert McCrum we'll have to look out for. That was quicker again at 2:30.2. Waddy Brown in 6th with a 2:34.8. Here's Phil Lunny. Phil Lunny, it sounded like that bike, just a wee bit of a misfire out of it there, maybe just as he was crossing the line. Still circulating. He's currently in 13th, 8th of the 500 machines. Number 59 across the line, Anthony Ambler. Right bang smack in the middle for Ambler. 7th there. He will line up in 7th and 4th in the 500s. Gareth Arnold, see, he couldn't better his time. That was a 2:43.3 for Arnold. Across the line, Waddy Brown, number 3. Number 43, just in behind him. That's Andrew McCrum. So no better man there to follow than Waddy Brown. He would have learned a lot from Waddy that time round. That was his best lap there for Andrew McCrum. But it's Andy Hornby who takes pole position, a 2:19.0. Andy Kildare, number 51, got it done in 2nd. A 2:21.5. Barry Davison first of the 500s and 3rd at 2:21.7. Robert McCrum in 4th, 3rd of the unlimited class at 2:26.0. Gareth Arnold 2nd of the 500s will line up in 5th at 2:30.2. Waddy Brown 3rd of the 500s and 6th at 2:31.1. Andrew McCrum 4th of the 500s will line up in 7th place at 2:33.6. Anthony Ambler 5th of the 500s in 8th at 2:36.5. Gary Hutton 6th of the 500s will line up in 9th at 2:40.9. Liam Crotty 4th of the unlimited class, retired out of that one. So hopefully he can get that machine sorted for tomorrow. He will line up in 10th at 2:42.0. Terence Sansom 7th of the 500s lines up in 11th at 2:44.7. Brian Loughlin, 5th of the Unlimited class in 12th at 2:49.0. Phil Lunny, 8th of the 500s, will line up in 13th and 3:08.1. And then Richard Ford, unfortunately, only completing one lap there. He's 14th, 6th of the Unlimited class. So that's Andy Kildare then, number 51. Making his way back to the paddock. So again, another call for the Super Twin machines. So Super Twin machines to the holding area, and that will be followed by the sidecar parade laps. And that is something special through here. You hear these machines, and I'm sure the riders are looking forward to it as well. And for the Ambler there, the number 59, big thumbs up for Ambler. Waddy Brown. Way through number 3 machine. So again, Super Twin machines will be out on the track very soon. The sweeper making his way around. So we'll not be long till we get the twins, the final qualifying session of today. And we will then, that will be followed by the sidecar parade laps. So again, we'll take a wee comfort break and we'll be back with you very soon.
Just let everyone aware the final sweep is back onto the track. So we think that we're doing a final sweep. We can all get into position as quickly as possible before the Super Twin qualifying session. So hopefully you're all in the whole area and we'll be brought back down onto the road here very shortly. after the parade lap, so the side cars will be going out. Straight after this one. Please remember to stay where you are. So get the parade lap, get these machines out onto the track.
So the Super Twins out on track then. And someone away pretty keen. Have a look then. So the last qualifying session of this evening out on track. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, please stay where you are during this one. And after it as well, of course, for the side cars to go out on track. So once again, Michael Dunlop out on this one. Des Butler, we have Joe Loughlin, Sean Leonard, Lee Osprey, Mark Johnson, Liam Crotty, Andy Kildare, Aidan Cleary. In fact, I think I heard this morning Aidan Cleary not here today, unfortunately. Nigel Moore, Barry Ferber, Graham McAleese, Sean Brawley, Neil Kernahan, Chris Duncan, Graham Smallwoods, James Rothery, Dallas Reynolds, and Michael Clyde, all out in this one. This is the McKinstry Motorcycle Transport Super Twin. Billy McKinstry supporting the Super Twins and the Ulster Superbike Championship as well, sponsoring that championship. So here they come then. Already back round towards us. Neil Kernahan once again with Michael Clyde. And behind Barry Ferber then. Number 80 machine. And there's Graham McAleese. FAO Racing Super Twin. Again another team that Darrell Tweed raced for them last season. The FAO team. Great to see Graham McAleese out, and he's getting on really well with that Super Twin. He had a bit of track time through Bishop's Court there. And as we thought, Nigel Moore riding the McKnight SV 650. With Des Butler, great to see Des Butler back out racing again. So Des Butler sponsoring the same colours that he has for quite a while. He's on that yellow, that SV Suzuki. But again, Neil Kernahan, he loves getting out there ahead, he loves getting out in front, feels a lot more comfortable there. And Michael Clyde, he's going to learn an awful lot here from Neil Kernahan chasing him down. And that'll bode well for him in the junior support class. Because Michael Clyde, he was sort of mostly on his own during that session of his. But keeping a close eye on Graham McAleese as well on this new machinery this season, the number 91 machine. So the number 109 of Neil Kernan, that machine of his, it's a lovely machine. If you notice at the back of it, the pipes coming from underneath the seat. Oh, very much like the Ducati setup. It's actually identical to Ducati exhaust system. So Sean Brawley just chasing down Graham McAleese there. Lee Hara across the line. Dallas Reynolds away through Graham McAleese. And just an announcement for the stewards, anyone to go to the stewards meeting, can you please start making your way there to the stewards office just below the timing box down below us here. Michael Dunlop then. So Dunlop away through, currently in 5th. Sean Leonard, Nigel Moore away up into 10th place there. Nigel Moore, Liam Crotty. Busy here. Des Butler and Mark Johnson together on track. This should be, is this maybe James Rothery? It is indeed. James Rothery across the line. Currently in 15th, but Neil Kernahan at the minute fastest with a 2:12.6. Michael Clyde in behind with a 2:14.2. Barry Ferber with a 2:14.3 in 3rd. 4th is Sean Brawley, a 2:15. Michael Dunlop in 5th with a 2:15.9. Graham McAleese 6th with a 2:16.0. Lee Osprey in 7th with a 2:22.3. Dallas Reynolds at the minute in 8th place at 2:22.7. Graham Smallwoods in 9th with a 2:23.5. Liam Crotty in 10th at 2:30.8. Nigel Moore in 11th with a 2:31.0. Des Butler in 12th at 2:31.1. Then we have Sean Leonard 13th with a 2:32.1. Mark Johnson 14th at 2:35.6. And James Rothery in 15th at 2:39.1. Neil Kernahan across the line once again. Faster again for Kernahan, a 2:11.0. Barry Ferber's got ahead of Michael Clyde. So Ferber up into 2nd place. Michael Clyde demoted to 3rd. Oh, Sean Brawley across the line now. Clyde demoted even further. So Sean Brawley up into 3rd place. Clyde in 4th. Graham McAleese, he's 6th place there. Slower that time. That was a 2:17.2 for McAleese. Wee bit of traffic. Here comes Lee Osprey. Lee Osprey across the line then. Stays in that. He's down. He's in 7th place. Dallas Reynolds in 8th so far. Graham McAleese, I was going to say again. That's Graham Smallwoods away through. Graham Smallwoods 8th at the minute at a 2:21.2. Michael Dunlop goes top. A 2:09.4 for Michael Dunlop. Who's well and truly got the swing of that machine now. So Michael Sweeney lending his machine out to Michael Dunlop this weekend. Nigel Moore across the line. He's 10th there at the minute, 2:25.1. Here comes Mark Johnson and Des Butler across the line. Mark Johnson, 2:33.3. Des Butler just ahead of him in 13th. That was slower that time from Butler. He's 2 seconds slower on that lap. But his best at the minute is a 2:31. A few riders, that's James Rothery through faster again there from James Rothery. That was a 2:38.7. We'll have a look. Michael Clyde Again, Clyde was slower. He just lost that bit of a toe there. He's 5th there at the minute. His best was 2:14.2. That last lap was a 2:15.3 from Clyde. So last lap for the Super Twins for the last qualifying session of this evening, and that'll be followed by the parade laps. Neil Kernan away through. Barry Ferber across the line. Barry Ferber goes quickest. A 2:09.3 for Ferber on the Scott Racing Machine. So he demotes Michael Dunlop down into second. Neil Kernahan now third. Sean Brawley fourth. That's Graham McAleese across the line. Quicker again there for McAleese. A 2:15.3. So we wait then to see what Dunlop can do about Ferber just ahead of him. So Lee Osprey well tucked into that Tyson Mullen machine. Faster again there for Mullen. Michael Dunlop across the line. That was slower from Dunlop. A 2:11.0. And a wee bit of traffic ahead of him there too. So he might not get the chance, although we said that the last time. And he absolutely smashed it across the line. So is this going to be another last lap dive for Michael Dunlop? At the minute, it's Barry Ferber ahead with a 2:09.3. Michael Dunlop a 2:09.4. Neil Kernahan in third at 2:10.5. Nigel Moore across the line on the McKnight Racing Machine stays in that 10th place at 2:22.2. All the twos there for Nigel Moore. Sean Leonard then, he's in 12th place at the minute, 2:28.7 for Sean Leonard, and Liam Crotty just in behind him. There's Mark Johnson and Des Butler again. Des Butler, Mark Johnson getting the better of Des Butler that time. So Mark Johnson up into 13th, Butler demoted to 14th. Johnson with a 2:29.3, Butler at 2:29.7. So this bodes really well for the racing tomorrow. So the remainder of the sidecars for the sidecar parade laps, could you make your way to the holding area? So the checker flag just being readied. Here's Neil Kernahan. Can he better his time? No, slower that time. Barry Ferber, slightly slower. He's on par there with Michael Dunlop's best time. So Barry Ferber, that time was a 2:09.4. Michael Clyde across the line, he goes 5th. Sean Brawley just ahead, he 4th at the minute. Graham McAleese then, 6th place at 2:14.3. That was quicker again there for McAleese on the FAO Racing Machine. So it should be, it's Michael Dunlop across the line, and he does it again. A 2:06.8 for Michael Dunlop, pole position. Barry Ferber has to settle for second. Lee Osprey across the line then. Wait for Graham Smallwoods. At the minute, he finishes in 8th. Dallas Reynolds 9th. We wait for Nigel.
Far behind, he's only 0.06 off the back of Dallas Reynolds' time on the McKnight Racing Machine. Can he get in below that 10th place? Here he comes then across the line, and he can, so he's better. Dallas Reynolds when he crosses the line on the 9th place for Nigel Moore.
That looks like Sean Leonard, it is indeed. So Sean Leonard across the line. So where does Leonard go? 11th there for Sean Leonard. That was quicker again, a 2:27.0. Des Butler's caught up with Mark Johnson again, but Mark still batters him there across the line. So it's Michael Dunlop on pole, a 2:06.8. Barry Ferber in second, a 2:09.3. Neil Kernahan third with a 2:10.5. Sean Brawley in fourth with a 2:11.7. Michael Clyde, good run there for Clyde in fifth, a 2:13.6 for the newcomer. Graham McAleese sixth, a 2:14.3. Lee Osprey in 7th, a 2:17.1. Graham Smallwood's 8th, a 2:18.7. We have Nigel Moore pipped Dallas Reynolds on the line, 8th place, 2:20.1. Dallas Reynolds had to settle for lining up in 10th with a 2:22.1. Sean Leonard in 11th, a 2:27.0. Liam Crotty 12th with a 2:28.3. Mark Johnson 13th, a 2:29.3. Des Butler with a 2:29.7. Nothing in it, them two were together on track that whole session. And James Rothery in 15th then, a 2:37.1. So sidecar machines up next then for their parade lap. And I'm sure these outfits, these riders will be getting their eyes opened in this one. So the sidecars, the outfits are on the circuit. sure they're going to get an eye opener with this one, as they slip and slide and spin their way up towards the hairpin. And again, this could bring an eye opener for some of them, no doubt, and they're not hanging about either. Just listen to that outfit out in front, that Crew brothers, Callum and Ryan Crew, out on that. This is the TT winning machine that they've brought with them. So the Crew brothers out along with our very own sidecar outfits that we see most weekends at the Ulster Superbike Championship. In my opinion, we don't see them enough, but they are quite hard to look after. They're quite temperamental, and we were talking earlier, they're still twisting cranks. You can slide in the back, that big fat back tire slipping and sliding their way through into the countryside. And the issue there we have is it catching grip and twisting crankshafts and racking engines. So they can be very temperamental, but they really, really do rev. And you'll hear this thing going through. The Crew brothers, they're 4 times sidecar winners around the Isle of Man TT. Over 121 mile an hour lap. Absolutely amazing. And of course they had the statement about the sidecar racing for the Isle of Man TT for next year. Obviously it was disappointing to see that they've had to cancel this year's sidecar events, but next year they are talking about reforming the sidecars, which I don't know how they're going to do that, because a lot of these teams coming from the British Superbike Championship and whatnot. It will take an awful lot of work to reform a sidecar, whether it's suspension or whether it's the ferns themselves. With Barry Davison there just ahead, and you can tell they've dropped back quite a bit here. Listen to this thing coming down. Beautiful machine. Lovely machine there going through. Hear them echoing down through the town. Oh, 4 times TT winners. Heading back down the hill and going over the jump. Looking forward to seeing the photographs of this one and the lynches away through there. Again, these sidecars, they're so, you can tell the suspension in them, especially for being around here. There's not an awful lot of suspension, as you can imagine, but to make the most of it, and you can imagine them going through the TT absolutely flat out. I think the last machine's through there. Ryan Deneen, his outfit. Had a good season so far in the Ulster Superbike Championship. Maybe a wee bit temperamental for that machine. And that LCR Let me see, I think that was maybe Dylan Lynch away through. I'll just check the number when they come through. So it's 45 or 46. Come back, here they are again. There's Barry, he's getting a few good quick laps on his Honda. Lovely machine, you can hear it echoing off the buildings there on the way through the town. It is indeed, it's the number 45. That's Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald. Anto McDonald holding on as tight as he can, and they're not hanging about through there either. Throwing their bodies one side to the other. You can hear that machine of the crews just dipping down the gearbox. Echoing right the whole way through the Mid Antrim 150 course. And I would love to be up there just to see the smile on their faces. So we're waiting then on Deneen's outfit coming through. It's great to see these things. Can we see them at more road races? Will we see them? Will we see them at the Ulster Grand Prix, perhaps? I'm sure we'll get a better chat to them. They'll be here, the Crew Brothers will be here as well as the rest of the outfits at the Classic Bike Festival next weekend. And we heard Robin earlier, he's really pushing for the sidecar class and talking about a British Superbike Championship at
Court for the sidecars, British round.
really pushing for the sidecar class. Talking about a British Superbike Championship at Bishop's Court for the sidecar.
Lovely machine.
Bench your way through again on that LCR machine. So physical in one of these things, especially for the passenger moving from right to left and pulling all their weight, trying to get the power down on that back wheel as well, and trying to hold down, trying to hold the whole outfit down so it doesn't flip over. So talking to the Crew Brothers last night, they are stronger, they are a lot fitter. They were playing rugby. Well, Callum he was throwing the ball about. So Ryan, last time I spoke to Ryan, he was in a sling and he had his arm in a cast. And the only reason why it was in the cast because he didn't go to the doctors. So he didn't go to the doctors because he wanted to go to the Tandragee 100. And we were there, we were chatting to him, and he still had the cast on. But as soon as he got home, they cut it off him. And they're at the gym, they're training. Callum is pushing himself to the limit to try and get everything ready. And of course, this is a good run out for them just before the Classic Bike Festival for the weekend. So he wants to make sure that they're both super fit and they're going to be pushing for the road, pushing for the win, should I say, on the road. And they're hoping to get more parade laps on the Irish road racing scene. So hopefully next year we'll see them at Tandragee, maybe, perhaps. We'll speak nicely to Jan. Here comes Deneen then on the lean, mean, green Deneen machine. Just made that up, I'll forget it this time next week. Again, Newton just out in front to see if Barry could get past him, maybe. We don't want these in racing. It's a parade lap, remember. I asked the sidecar boys last night who's going to win the parade lap. Of course, we all do that, don't we? Newton making his way up through number 76 machine. Here comes Barry. Jacket flag is being waved. That's the end of that one. Colin's giving us a wee wave there. And he clips racing sidecar machine through there. I think there's something on the track, maybe there, is there? There is indeed. So there's something on the track here through this right-hander. So whether it's water or oil, I don't know. I think it was just laid down there now by the last, I think that was Newton's sidecar perhaps. The Crows. No finger pointing here. So something down on the track there, just through that right-hander, but the machines are coming round. Oh, there is indeed. It's right the whole way up to the hairpin. We can see it on our cameras here on Commentary Corner YouTube channel. A wee plug there. And of course, Commentary Corner sponsoring the sidecar parade laps. So we do try our best to give a wee bit back. We're trying to give back as much as we can, actually, because yeah, so something down on the track there, unfortunately, but that's the end of the sessions anyway. That's the end of the qualifying, and looking at the qualifying times that we've seen here today, despite what literally everything has been thrown at the club today, and absolutely fair play to the club, fair play to Kitty, and I'm sure we can give everyone a huge round of applause for what they've been through here today and getting this through. And of course the sidecar teams coming has been fantastic, so fair play to all the marshals, absolutely everyone involved here. And what we're looking at tomorrow is going to be absolutely phenomenal here. The racing, the atmosphere, it's going to be hyped up, it's going to be hot, and the racing is going to be fast. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're going home tonight, please, home safe, come straight back tomorrow, and of course spread the word and get as many people up here as you can, because this is going to be proper fast, proper elbow cutting action here tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, see you early hours in the morning for another great day here at the Mid Antrim 150.